What's up, Gerald? What's up, Michael? What's good, Casual? Dre. Aspect ratio, yeah, I did say that there's a new 5 star. But I didn't watch did not watch it. I don't watch the live streams anymore. It was good talks. You ready? Talking about the limbo. Yeah, we'll start the limbo in a bit. I'll wait for some people to get in here. Okay. Okay, so it's pretty good. So you're saying it's worth coming back to? It sounds like. Let's take a peek. Ooh, Limbo doesn't set for 17 hours. Let me change the title of everything. All right, so see in Limbo. Okay. Thought, thought global. Thought global reset. It's not. Change that up. I thought it was today. Let's get Trevally. That's what actually, so you just came back to reverse. There was a game I was gonna uh possibly try out. I was gonna try it out on stream. Uh but like I was playing it last night and I put $1 in it and the account I already have like 4 SSRs or whatever. The game that like already released a year ago but released global recently, Echo Apocalypse. The game is so like so first off, the game is hella like what's the word? It's it has a lot of waifu esque materials, waifu esque things in the game, content. It has anywhere from lolis to big boob waifus, dark skin waifus, samurai waifus, everything like that. And then like all the characters kind of do this like up motion, so you can see the boob kind of flow, right? And I'm like, oh, okay, this game kind of says cash grab. It was like, oh, pay $1 to get this. Oh, big 500% discount. Pay $1 to get this, and then like my rewards, daily summons was all this extra. It's a lot. The pre-cone looking one, yeah. What's good, Mugen Soldier Broly? If I didn't say, yo, what's good, Arcs? You doing good, bro? We chilling. We chilling, man. You know what I'm saying? Thought I would, but I guess like thought it would reset today, but it could be tomorrow. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stream it tomorrow. Y'all have to. I'll just have to wait and not do Limbo. Because tomorrow I have my daughter's, birthday, and there's the podcast and stuff. So I'll be with the fam. So I wouldn't complete it. I'll just wait to do my Limbo. Oh. That's what I hear, Drew. A lot of people are saying the second half of the shop gives the other stuff that we need for her. I'm still farming her materials because I use them on Druvis, right? The Jessica mats. And then I'm farming the mats for the fruit of good and evil. So I can I3 Sasuke, right? Hoping to get some copies of her one day. So I can max her out. I want to take this ult all the way up to 750. Get some more damage out of it. Yeah, it might have been. Somebody calling me? So December baby stand up. Versus the 22nd. Yo, you were right before Christmas. Like, literally right before. What's crazy is we're kind of ready for a mineral carriage. I have 10 of these. I don't even know where these came from. Why do I have this? Was I gonna I3? Oh, was it from Pickles? Get I3 Eternity.
It's always good to have you here.
I'd be farming these apples forever. I guess. Utu, yeah. 1.1 Utu, yeah, it's from Pickles. That's what I was thinking. It must have been from Pickles.
The puppy is delighted by you.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna join Jakazin's live PvP. It seems interesting. I don't know. He didn't really message me. It's not that I'm not down for it, but he didn't message me. I messaged him. We've talked like briefly before, but I kind of like the other content creators like do their own thing. If he wants to do something, I'm always down. Cause we got the podcast tomorrow. Got to put some Vicks on. Sorry, I know it looks like I'm rubbing my chest and putting Vicks. So I hopefully don't cough as much today. I didn't even get my headband. My hair looks all crazy. Chilling today. So as some of you know, we got Jessica tomorrow. Not Jessica tomorrow. You got Limbo tomorrow. Jessica next patch. We got next week on Tuesday. Ezra, right? It's crazy. Ezra comes out. We know that Ezra is going to be a shielder. And that's pretty much like the that's pretty much like the main let me get this main stuff going on over in R99. It's waiting on Ezra because like I think what's crazy is a lot of people were waiting on Tooth Fairy for Ezra, but like with being a shielder, like this is why I was like, yeah, like you can't really. I mean, I was thinking already is you can't really power creep a healer anyways, right? That's good, Nakama. So Ezra, Ezra's not going to be necessarily a healer. We still are unsure with the kit does. They're really taking their time on this character. Yeah, it's gonna be a shielder. On Discord. Are we talking? Oh, okay. Yeah, so podcast is tomorrow. It's already been scheduled. So we'll be able to talk about that. They'll probably want to talk about the Limbo, which I wouldn't have done any of it because I'm gonna wait to do it when I stream. But let's see. Let me show some of you who weren't here yesterday what we are talking about. So they released a Utu video yesterday, the Hong Kong version, right?
Hey, I see it! Over there! Ezra!
Yes, I'm here.
What are you waiting for? It's beautiful! Even more beautiful than the one I saw in my dream!
Wow, I've never seen anything like this in Laplace.
So we get so this is what I'm telling people. We get new cards, new Vertin cards, right? They change it out as you progress. So you get new cards and stuff. So that's exciting. Into my eye. And then this is I3 showing all the characters. So we got Flannel, Beast, Sweaty Beast, of course, Star. It was interesting. I thought it was wild they gave Blasphemer of Night to Ulu. So again, just weird. So like because burn, from what I've heard, it only counts as one negative status instead of two. So I don't know why it's blasphemer, but maybe there's another debuff that one of them are applying. Yearning Desire works like if you want a Psy Cube to use, like one for Ulu is also Yearning Desire, or if you have a burn team, right? Because it is a negative status. So you see here, there's a little bit of sneak peek. So it's 5 Eureka stacks. This is P0, I'm assuming, right? Applies a shield. That's Ulu's ability. So the thing that I don't know about, a lot of people are really thinking that Ezra's going to be a crit character. They're thinking they're going to be a shield crit character, or like the shield is going to like help out and crit. Like people are really like wanting it to be a crit character, which like I'm kind of good on the crit, honestly. Like I think we have enough crit characters in the game, honestly. Like we have a crit healer, we have a crit support, we have multiple crit DPS. I think it's okay, and then we just got Spathadia. I think it's okay that we can move on to different Spathadia's reality. But yeah, I think we can kind of move on to some different types of like teams, because like there's crit, and then there's poison, right? Petrify, that's not complete. We don't have a complete Petrify team. We don't have a complete Burn team because it just came out. And like just different types of characters. There's like 2 taunt characters in the game, which means it's something that they probably want to do. There's only 1 character that has freeze. I think it's Miss Moison. No. Yeah? I think so. There's freeze. Yeah, Terrell, you literally took the words out of my mouth. Yeah, I was like, we have the freeze team. I don't know. I can't think of any others. Oh, corrosion, right? There's a couple of characters that do corrosion. I would love to see a corrosion team, which like you could say it's like the poison team, but obviously it's something different, right? Like a couple of characters do for corrosion, even some enemies do corrosion. So I would like to see that, right? Just like some different, like because like they obviously love debuffs in this game, right? More a counterattack, more characters like New Babel. Yeah, I would like to see more characters like New Babel that have actual counters. That would be really interesting to have a counterattack team. Like, and not just like the little counter is like, oh, if they attack, they take damage, like what Balloon Party, Voyager, and what 6 can apply to teams like that. No, I want like them to do what the follow-up attack counter, like what Babel has. Because like if you could if you because I'm thinking of Epic 7 or any other game you have played, probably Dislikes on a War, like anything that has counter gear. I'm thinking of how counter characters get so much damage out by like maximizing into that counter to where like that's their damage, right? Like their kit's like all right and it buffs them up, but that counter attack is where they're really hitting hard. Like for those of you who play HSR, like Claire, right? Like having something like that, like an AOE counter or something that's pretty cool. I think I would like that. Yeah, that'd be really cool to have those different types of teams. But Desert Flannel, she has a heal. We saw her ult look like it had a heal on her, so she looks like she's a support character. So like, because if I look at this team, she has a counter. Desert Flannel has a counter actually. So one of the so this buff right here is a shield. The buffs that I don't know about is these 2 right here. It's like this little flag, which could be like some rally or something like that. And this one right here could be some sort of counter in a way, right? Just not sure. And then I'm not sure what this buff is from Ezra. It would be nice if Babel can counter an ult. Counter an ult with an ult. Yo, it's good, K9. Oh, like a lifesteal team? But like, yeah, with the leech rate. That would be really cool. That would be really cool. I'd like that. So I do want to open my I have to usually log out of this to open my CN. No, wrong CN. But yeah. So it's her buff. Okay, so then you see here. So the buffs that are going on, the sword in the like, oh, that's it, Echo Apocalypse. Whatever. So the sword and the shield is Utu's buff on everybody. And then I still see this little like explosion round circle. I don't know where I've seen that symbol before. But that's specific to Ezra. You know, these are all the buffs that Spadilla has, but this little new fist is new, and Flannel has it in this flag. So I've never seen this flag in this fist before, but there's 2 stacks of it. So I'm not sure if that's what Flannel does. I'm assuming so, with Ezra being a... I like Ezra's E2. His E2 is pretty cool with the like mushroom hat with red boots. This is me showing Utu. That's coming up in CN. It's gonna be here at the time of Ezra's banner. I'm logging into my CN account right now. But I was just trying to show people like the new upcoming star character, the Shielder that we have coming up. I think it's going to be interesting because a lot of people hate New Babel. It's obvious. So like with having a Shielder, we'll see how it goes. Because like Tenet, a lot of people like Tenet, but I don't also hear a lot of people like talk about Tenet and use her like as much now that they have like their 6-star healers and stuff, right? Like now that people are like, oh, I have my poison team with my Sotheby, or I have my med pocket or my balloon party, or I have my tooth fairy. Like I don't really see a lot of talk of Tenet, and it's like, and I guess my thing is like, how valuable are shielders outside of raid content to people? Like I like shielders because the shields that they provide could possibly help you you know, like typically a shielder can help you mitigate a lot, but it just kind of depends. Lux, I finally got Bloom P5. I finally got Bloom P5. Is it better to build crit with her because you got Tooth Fairy, or just straight up attack build because you got LL? How much? What's her resonate, and how high can you get her crit? Tinted is med pocket if her debuff lasted 2 turns. Yeah, Joseph, I heard that. People were saying that. Sorry guys, the stream is lagging a little bit. By the way, stream is lagging, so the bit rate's gonna pick up. But I just got a notification. She looks like some support or healer. Yeah. But her ult looked like it did a heal. I was looking at it. Yes, K9. You so to justify not using a... Okay, it's picking up. So to justify not using like a healer, like, you know, your balloon party, your med pocket, or something, then you have to make it up with... There's a couple of things that you can have. You can have a character like Eternity that has sustain, Druvis that has sustain, like a sustained character with having a shielder, right? And providing a little bit of damage reduction to lessen the decline of your health. Because like you're gonna eventually like get to a point where it's getting a little rough. But if you have the damage on that character with a sustain and you have the shielder, like eventually your shielder will probably die, right? But your DPS will be able to do enough damage to sustain themselves and not really come into trouble. No, I'm sorry, Arcs. What's the crit rate? Crit rate. That's what I meant to say. Do I even have Tenant on this account? Yeah, here we go.
Good day.
I don't know why I'm looking at her kit on
and I regret to receive you in a room of nothing.
CN. But like I know her ult does the 30% reality defense, and we get the shield. But yeah, I do wish it was a little better. But see, and that's why it's crazy, I guess, because like people look at Tenet and then they're like, they look at New Babel and they're like, ew, why would you ever level up New Babel as a shielder? And like they just, bro, she receives some of the most hate in the game. Like I just don't understand it. She receives so much hate. And it's crazy because like it's a character that you get for free. Well, not for free, but it's a character that's just on the standard banner. Like Regulus is better for Voyager / Tooth Fairy comp than Lilia. Well, yeah, the reason. Wow, what's going on with my bit rate? I'm lagging today. Regulus can convert crit rate to crit damage. That's why Regulus is a little better with a crit heavy team. Lilia can't convert crit rate, where she can get a lot of crit rate, right? Out of her kit, she can't convert it. That's the problem with her. I apologize. The stream is like lagging so hard today. I really want to level up my Babel too. The problem I have with Lilia though is like, I mean, yeah, the problem I have with Lilia is like this. I mean, this I3 really only works like if you're using Thunderous. So like the I3 is a little silly. So I hope they put out a new, like, I feel like they're not going to put out a new Psyche at all. But I hope they put out one. But no one likes using Thunderous. So then is building Lilia with attack worthwhile? If you're using a crit heavy team, right? Like it is typically, if you're gonna use Thunderous, right? If you're gonna use Thunderous and you're already maximizing on the crit, and then you'll build into attack. Yes. If you're not gonna use Thunderous, then you need to make up for this crit by like if you're gonna use like Luxurious or something, then you need to put crit in your Resonate to make up for it. It's just like whatever you go for. It would be great if they release a convert crit rate to crit damage side cube. Yeah, but remember, Triboli, I told you why they can't happen. Yep. See, Innocent Wish, you remember what I told you. If y'all remember my showcase of Spathadia would break the game if you had a character that can convert crit rate to crit damage, or if her. And then a lot of people would just be like, oh, then just don't let her be affected by it. Well, that's not fair. So then now you're just gonna completely just shit on Spathadia because you're like, well, I mean, she's a special case, so we won't let her do it, but everybody else can do it. Because like they'd have to just cancel her out, because one person would be like, well, she only gets crit rate from a buff, so like that's why she wouldn't be able to do it. But I mean, Regulus gets crit rate from a buff that allows her to convert crit rate to crit damage. So that's what happens to her. Is there any in-game content in CN? I play like 10 minutes per day as a lack of stamina on global. Well, like, I mean, man, like on global right now, you have more content that like, well, the problem is global is kind of like easy. But you still have Limbo, which happens tomorrow. You have Utu, which gives you something to do per day. You have the event, which you could do and clear out. like if we're playing the game for like 18 hours every day, like when the new content comes out, like right, if you play it for like 18 hours and new content comes out, then like, you know, they can't really account for that. But you know, anyways, and CN, they have a couple of like things. You have like challenges like this you can do per day. You still have Utu. You also have raid bosses that you can fight and try to get a high score on. You know, you have hard mode stages and stuff like that. But like, yo, everybody who's on YouTube, please make sure to like the stream. We only have 8 likes. But the thing is that is always like amusing to me. And I understand people play different ways, but like if you play like 8 to 10 hours, like right when something comes out, like on global, you'll definitely like beat it like soon. Like most people beat Utu literally like day 1, day 2, all the way up, and they're like, dang bro, there's no content. But there's like casuals who still are struggling, right? So who do you really and I talk about this like for the difficulty of the game, like who do you really cater your content to? Do you cater the content to the person who's gonna play 18 hours and beat everything in one day because they're looking for a challenge? Or do you cater to the casual who can log in, who only can log in for like maybe a couple hours a day and still wants to be able to maximize like a little bit? But you do get more content in CN though. But CN is a little different to me in difficulty than it is to global. Is there a resource for resonance builds for specific characters? Jax, yeah, in my Discord I have a guide that will give you a resonance guide. Bloom with 35% crit rate without Tooth Fairy. Yeah, that right there is a little concerning because like you're gonna crit like, you know, maybe every other time, every couple of times. And it's like, how low is the DPS going to be when you're like, you know, not critting and it's not consistent damage? Because like you would have to, every time Bloom attacks, you would have to have a confusion like debuff on the enemy and make sure Baby Tooth is up at the same time while attacking and merging. And if yours is P0, right? If you have a P0 Tooth Fairy, you're trying to do that rotation, right? And you're not even maximizing the damage on Bjorn Bloom's mass skill because you'd have to apply 2 debuffs from Tooth Fairy on 2 enemies because, you know, that Bloom's incantation that does mass damage actually hits really hard. So it's really interesting. A setup for like Lilia. So I have it in my Discord. It's under R99 guides. I think if you scroll up like a little bit, I'm gonna pin it. No, it's already pinned. But it has the build in there. But like basically like, so if you're not using Tooth Fairy, you want her built-in crit, right? So with the Psycube and her resonance, I'm sitting at 65% crit, which is not amazing, right? And then if I were to have her, I3, right, and everything, like she'd be a little higher. But when you have like Tooth, like the thing is that I don't want to get like too, with using Tooth Fairy, I'm gonna go over 100%, and then like it's less effective. So it's like a little bit better to use an attack build because of how much crit rate she can give. That's me personally. But I don't really, like I just got Tooth Fairy on this account from the banner. I haven't used her. And she's P0. Right? And with having P0 Tooth Fairy, there's a lot more. You have to find a pattern. And I don't really like it. Like, even with Tooth Fairy and like 37, like I understand like it works, but like I also I don't know. So okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. This is like one of my like little minor like issues with the character, right? For like 37, right? Like I'm just using 37 as an example.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. A bit crowded here.
My duty lies with you.
So Tooth Fairy P0, and this is why I'm not really crazy about Tooth Fairy, because like I'm not gonna judge a character based off of their like portraits. I'm gonna judge the character obviously off of P0. So like we've applied Baby Tooth like first turn, but like I really don't like at like the first turn, because like I wish I could like save it or apply it when I want to, because I'm not ready to really do any damage. And like if I'm fighting a enemy where I have to do setup, like now I don't have the Baby Tooth, and it's a little annoying, right? And then if I'm merging cards, I'm not gaining as much as well, so it's also even more annoying. So like I'm obviously going to like play like normal and like, you know, debuff, and then I'll throw out some of these here.
Learn from silence.
And divide. Are you a rational member?
Stop.
All right, so
You will pay for this.
like right here I have like you know, no attacks. We have 4 baby teeth. So if we're gonna play like normal, we're not going to attack. We're just gonna do the actions. But I also see where there's some cards I want to merge. So, you know, I'm not gonna get as many baby teeth as I would want, unfortunately. So I have to be mindful of that, and unfortunately I don't have any attacks I really want to use right now. I could do, but I have to kind of play around the baby tooth. I think that's a little annoying, personally. You know, someone could just be like, oh wow, you have to think in a gacha game. I'm like, look bro, if a character, typically if a character is as hyped up as like Tooth Fairy, usually you don't have to think with the character and do a specific pattern in order, you know, for it to work. And this is also 4-man content, so like this isn't the typical content that, you know, a player is doing in global right now, right? We don't have a lot of 4-man content.
The moment of silence.
Down.
Yeah, let's go Fire Monkey. Yeah, and it's like I can complain about a character. You know, it's just like those complaints where it's like the baby tooth is proccing when like I don't have it. Like this is a boss like I have to like,
From reading.
you know, set up on, and I obviously don't have capabilities to do it. Like I don't even have like, you know, my like my Moxie and everything set up, I'd have to focus it to, you know, one character. But like, okay, well she just died because she just took a lot of damage.
Tickets, pies. That's right. And you. First, it was enough. Second, we have.
But also like, the baby tooth, like, the baby tooth for like a character like 37, the baby tooth is almost like like with 37, like, is the only thing that can really help her, because the confusion debuff only affects like one enemy, whereas like 37 hits like all enemies. And if you're in a single target situation, like 37 isn't really the best character to use. She's an AoE character, so like that's where like Tooth Fairy is like a little weird depending on the character you're using. Like how you think about burn stacks though, it doesn't seem to hinder too much. In a way, yeah. I think definitely having like Voyager and Tooth Fairy is like pretty cool, so you can alternate. Like Voyager and Tooth Fairy is pretty cool if you want to alternate the confusion. But the problem I have with that team is that is it worth using Voyager to rotate the confusion debuff? Or is it worth just using a single target character and a buffer with the confusion debuff from Tooth Fairy? You know? That's what I'm thinking. Is like it's probably more worth it to use like somebody else. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, Fire Monkey? Like, it does feel a little redundant with the confusion. An ideal Hyper Whale 37 setup would probably Babel plus Voyager plus Lilia plus... Yo, sir. Dog. You should have... Oh, wait. Hold on. I'm gonna pull it up. I kind of went off yesterday. You missed it. You missed a good stream, bro. Oh, man, I went off yesterday. No, you're all good. Okay, so, all right, here's where it started. Somebody said, oh, yeah, so it started with saying some, like, because I was autoing a team, and he's like, you beat it at round 17, that's bad. It's like, I cleared it at 12, and I was like, okay. And then, here, you can just, let me see if I can hear what I was saying without all these whispering voices. Wait, I want to see chat too. Probably just gonna do this main. Like if so, this person. Okay, so everyone was like, "Yo, because I was like asking a bunch of questions and the dude dipped. Then he says, "I'm trying my best to say something good for her." He said she's good in 1.3 Utu in in a Limbo, but even enemies who move 4 times around, she still can't deal enough damage. In that case, she wouldn't survive longer than the enemy, right? And like I'm just summarizing everything. my thoughts was like, okay, but if an enemy attacks her 4 times, I was like, yo, it's good, Ryan. I was like, if an enemy attacks her 4 times, that's 4 counters, and that's 4 Eureka stacks. I was like, what's the problem? Because like everyone kept talking about, they were like, but Babel's damage, Babel's damage, Babel's damage. And I'm like, how much damage are you expecting Babel to do? Like, that's not why we have Babel here. Anyone has a positive opinion about Babel? They're just like, oh, bro, like, why would you ever use that dumpster fire of a character? I'm like, Jesus Christ, bro, like. Y'all so harsh. Alright, and then... And I put in a video with New Babel, I said that... that's Babel's amazing on my bench. New Babel allows... And he said, if you really like... And this was such an L take. If you really like 37, the best team should be 37, Tooth Fairy, Lilia, and Black Dwarf. And I was like... What? I was like... You talking about Black Dwarf using her ult? That's the best team? That's who we're like the people who come in try to tell me how we're playing this game. You're putting Tooth Fairy, 37 Lilia, and Black Dwarf all on the same team to have an AP dumpster fire? No one's gonna be able to ult or attack. Like, I get it, okay? Don't get me wrong, guys, okay? For those of you who don't know, if you I3 Black Dwarf, she does a follow-up attack of a skill, right? After she ults. So she has to ult to give that 1 Eureka stack to 37. Whereas Babel can simply do a follow-up attack, and Lilia can simply do a level 1 incantation of her single target. But no, we're going to feed all the Moxie into Black Dwarf each time. Yeah, Gerald, that's what we're talking about where I went off. Like, that's what we're going to do. I mean, 37 allows New Babel to have more of a purpose. Let me see. And having a 37 Tooth Fairy, Lilia, and Black Dwarf team, I don't know about that. That sounds a little bit much. I mean, like, if you're just using the level 1 skill of Lilia, I guess, the whole time, and then you're maximizing your Black Dwarf and then not worrying about your 37, that just sounds like a lot, bro. That, I don't know about that one. That kind of sounds ridiculous. And then here goes this guy. This guy was really thinking he was the smartest guy in the room. So without 37, is Babel still good? Yes or no? Well, like it started with how the game started. And then Babel right now. There he goes. And then, oh my God, I remember why I got mad. So he's like, so like I said, then you need to pull on 37 to make her good. That's what I'm saying, right? So he's saying that Babel's not good because you have to pull 37 to make her good. And I was like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you have New Babel already, then 37 can work with her. And I explained that, well, that sounds like Sotheby. You can get Jessica, and Sotheby ends up being, and if you get Sotheby, then Jessica ends up being better. But then he's like, well, no, that's not the right comparison because, like, without Sotheby, Jessica's still like an A and she goes into S+. But I was like, but you're talking about where we pull a character to help benefit another character. Babel gives the most stacks of Eureka out of any character in the game in one turn. Nobody can give 37 more stacks than New Babel. That's all I'm talking about if you're wanting to maximize on the follow-up damage of your 37. That was what the conversation was. He said Jessica is fine without Sotheby, though. And I said, yeah, and 37 is also fine without New Babel, but if you have New Babel helps maximize the damage out of 37 on her follow-up attack. And I was like, just like if you have Sotheby with Jessica, Sotheby helps maximize the damage out of Jessica. Because without Jessica, people hate Sotheby. People are like, yo, Sotheby was like D tier, C tier to most people at the start of Global. And then like, well, if you include her with Jessica, then she's a lot better. No, we're not. We're going over it. We're going through the drama. And then he's like, there's a difference. And I was like, no, I'm explaining the same exact thing. I was like, it's the same exact argument, bro. Like, it's literally the same argument. And then he did something that I really hate. And then he's like, in theory, yes, but Babel is so weak, even 37 team cannot save her. I'm like, what are you talking about? And compared to the team where he's put Black Dwarf on the team, like, I'm like, bro, okay, I don't know if you know what you're talking about, because you'd rather have a Black Dwarf on the team than New Babel. So you're obviously just trying to put, like, DPS, a bunch of DPS on the team. If you're just trying to have a bunch of DPS on the team, okay, sure. But, like, if you want a, like, safer team to maximize on the 37, it's a different team. Using her with New Babel. And then this guy, and then he says, yeah, this is where he pissed me off. He's like, I guess I'm not getting my point across, so I'll stop talking. I understand some characters make others better. I'm not arguing that. But you can't compare Babel and Jessica. And I'm like, I'm not comparing Babel and Jessica. And just like Obi-Wan says, we aren't saying Babel plus 37 equals Jessica plus Sotheby. We're just saying it's a combo that you can do in the game. That's all I'm saying. Because New Babel, if there's multiple enemies, can allow her to... and honestly, I'm not, like, there's only a few raids where 37 is the best option to use anyways. Like, Hydra, yes, 37 is best to use, so then I don't use New Babel there. But I can use New Babel in 37 in Limbo, I can do it in Utu, special stages of Utu, hard event stages, regular event stages, story stages, farming stages, like, bro, raids is like a small percentage of the game. Anyways. Wait, I think I skipped it. But New Babel can help 37. There's a lot of you who truly feel that. I would put, I want to see what... I did a long stream, so I think I skipped it. Move 4 times around, she still can... just... That's not a good enough reason to get the character, right? Like, that's... There's a lot of you who truly feel that. Like, even with pairing her with 37... You're like, that's nowhere near a reason to level up the character.
Anyone feeling cold?
Somehow skipped it. In 15, already thinking of pulling 37, then I'm saying you can level up your Babel and put her on a team with 37. Right? Live. Like, I had this talk about using her with New Babel, because New Babel, if there's multiple
here we go.
Can allow
All right, it's coming up.
Get this extra damage and she can crit. Right? So if I'm in a mode where I want to have 37 do the max of her follow-up attacks, in my head, I feel like it's nice to have a New Babel. Like, that's what I'm saying. Am I saying this is the best? No. But if you have a Babel sitting on your account, right? And you were already thinking of pulling 37, then I'm saying you can level up your Babel and put her on a team with 37. Right? It's a team that you can do. Is it the best option? No. But it gives you a reason to use your Babel. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I could obviously use 37 with any other one of these characters and probably do better. But, like, if I have a Babel that I summoned on this account and I lost another 50-50 and got her, I'm not gonna sit and waste a 6-star, so I'm like, yo, throw Babel with 37. There's so many people who have Babbles on their account. If you don't have the resources, then that's whatever. But I'm saying it gives you a reason to use your Babble, especially if you maximize in your Babble. My Babble's not even maximized. She's not I3. She's not red. She's not leveled up. She doesn't have a Psyche maxed out for her. I don't have her completely maxed out. But like, I could absolutely do a team with her and beat Limbo. If I can beat Limbo, if I can beat hard stages on if I can beat Utu, if I can beat hard event stages, then I don't see the problem. Like I now I'm starting to sound annoyed because like people are so far up their ass with meta that like literally doing anything else is but like yes, you can do another option. But I'm saying there's an option there. What if you're somebody who likes Babble? Like y'all are so fucking worried about meta that like I'm a content creator that has to speak to everybody. If you like new Babble, then you have a 37 that can help your new Babble. Like, is it meta? No, it's not meta. But meta people keep telling everyone else how to live. Like, I had to talk about this the other day. Stop telling people how to live. If they want to use it, then they can use it. I never said this is the best option. I never said that. At all. I just said it's a combo. It can work. If you don't have the fucking resources level of the character, then don't fucking do it. But like, stop. Like, why are we arguing about a possible combo? Yes, I can obviously use any other damn character. It's just so goddamn annoying with these like meta people. It's in every single game I play. Like, New Battle's not my favorite, but I can use, like, it's a pairing that works. If I wasn't completing content with it, then obviously it's like, okay, I need to change what I'm doing. But if it's allowing me to complete content, then it works, bro. Like, fuck. Some of y'all get so damn annoying. Anyways, that's the gist of what I said. And then after I said that, those people literally stopped talking because they probably didn't want to say anything anymore. I might. Let me read chat. All right. Sorry, guys. What were people saying? Joseph, thank you for helping K9 out. I really like Changeling. The best team should be. Dr. Ben said Changeling be Cure Bloom, so to be a Black Dwarf. Oh my god. Yeah, people hate New Babel a lot, bro. Is bro watching his own content? Yeah, we were watching yesterday. Let's see, what was Twitch saying? Yo, it's good, 10.
Silence.
Firemark said, I'm a meta player, but this is new Jin. People are just sleeping on the Genesis damage dealers when they stand to be the most long-lasting units in the game. Sarah says, low reality defense Babel still counters for 1.2k pop. So that's 3.6 to 4.8 damage from counters per round, and her job isn't even DPS. Exactly. It's just one guy, to be honest, judging from his response. He most likely had zero idea what he's talking about. You'll need to work about him. No, it was built up because like I put out the new Babel video, and y'all know I got this like one hater on my channel. Well, I have one hater. I have multiple haters on my channel. I just have like multiple people who just like to comment stuff and just like to say like they like to always remind me of meta, or they all like to always remind me. They're like even on the video I made like yesterday, right? Like I don't get like worked up, but like, you know, eventually I'm just gonna say something, right? Because like I was like, y'all are just being annoying. But like someone was telling me, they're like, well, Black, because I made a video about portraits, and I was like, Black Door's portraits are all really good. I was like, every single one from 1 up to 5 is a really good portrait for the character. And then, you know, it's not that this person was annoying me, But like I was trying to tell him to like you have to think that I'm speaking to multiple point of views. Like I can't just speak to one type of player. So he was like, well, CN players have already done the DPM percentages of increases per portrait for each character. So when it comes to portraits on Black Dwarf, each portrait that she does, her DPM goes up 17%. And I'm like, yeah, see, stop there. A casual player is not going to understand the hell you were talking about. You start talking about DPM and percentages, and this percentage does this, and this percentage does this, versus them. I'm like, hey, yo, you like Black Dwarf? If you want to use her and be brain dead, then if you're gonna be a spender, because the whole video was for spenders. The video wasn't telling people to get these portraits. I literally started the video saying, yo, spenders, this video is for you. And I was like, so if you're gonna get a portrait on Black Dwarf, P1 and P2 help out with the quality of life of getting the buff a lot easier. If you're free to play and you want to have the character at P0, I already made another video for that. This video was not for free to plays. It was for spenders. It was for those whales. Because I have people in my Discord, in my YouTube, who spend money. And I don't want to be a content creator who only talks to free to plays. Because like free to plays, y'all are very important to me. Yes, you're all part of my community. But y'all aren't the only ones in my community. So I have to talk to other people as well. Since I'm your number one hater. Goes good, DSC. Join R99 main court and you meet people hating DK Babel and Satsuki there. Bro, I'm in the R99 Discord. They don't even like my content there. In fact, I don't know, R99 Discord is full of various haters. Yeah. Who is 6 power creeping? 6 is just another support option. He's not power creeping anybody. I'm sorry. I'm gonna reply to you right now. What would you choose to exchange in the gold record shop? Would you rather exchange for a strong utility 6-star or a copy of a very powerful 6-star, adding it up close to P5? The gold shop. Would I get a new character or would I get portraits? I can't really answer that fully because it depends on the account, but my general statement would be that I feel like the gold records are more of a sit and wait type of thing. Because like it kind of depends on like what they add, because none of the standard, well, okay. I would say use it for a new character, because none of the standard banner characters, the standard characters on launch, right? Like Medicine Pocket, New Babel, Anon Lee, Centurion, Lilia, Voyager, Regulus, Sotheby, their portraits are honestly just bad. Their portraits suck. So if it's not a new character that you're like, if it's not a character from literally 1.1 and on that's in the gold record shop, don't get a portrait. Like all of their portraits are bad. They're just not worth it. So use it to get a new character or something. Like if you love the character, you can go ahead and do it. But like even me with the P5 Sotheby, it's literally almost like no change. Like it's a little extra damage, a little extra healing, but it doesn't matter, right? Like it's honestly not even like good. I just did it just because I want to be like, yo, I have a full max poison team. But like you said, the first option, just use it for a new character because the portraits are so bad on those characters. I mean, gold cassette shops, I think, use it to get 5 stars because 5-star rate's very poor. Yeah, Tin brought up a good point. Using it for a 5-star is pretty good too. I haven't seen Ugabi, I think is her name. I haven't seen Pickles or Tooth Fairy in there. I mean, they like Tooth Fairy literally just got added to the standard banner, so they're not in that shop. Yeah, Shiro. It's yeah, like you said, mind you, the meta folks citing DPM from CM forums are only viewing things from a vacuum. No new analysis accounts for hand draw or tuning usage yet. For anyone who's asking about 6, wait, well, yeah, I'll just use this screen right here. So, like, if we're, because even Toxipez was, like, telling me, like, he wanted me to, like, use a different character, because he's like, bro, you use 6 everywhere. And he's like, bro, showcase somebody else. Because, like, 6 is always the best fourth man. He's always the 4th man that you can use. There's just literally, like, no one else. Like, if you're in a, like, raid situation, he's, like, the best 4th man. Someone asked you on account review? Alright, Arx, I'll get to it. I'll get to it right after this. So the 6 is the best man. So, like, a lot of people are like, oh, does that mean, like, 6 is, like, way better than Anna and Lee? No, actually. You know what you can actually do with Anna and Lee? You can throw her in a team as well, right? And then we can do a hyper carry team where we can have a healer and then have a DPS, right? We can have a DPS like that wants to be like a hyper carry, and we can just have all of these characters benefit as one, right? So Med Pocket will give the damage dealt buff, damage dealt debuff, and Lee will give the damage dealt buff, and then 6 will give the incantation and mental buff, and then like lower the crit defense. So like, and that's a possibility that you can use. And if you want to use a crit version, you know, then you put in your where is she? Jesus. Then you can put in your Tooth Fairy, however you want to do, right? You just slot in whatever healer you want. But that's what makes 6 really good. Because remember, 6 is a cure buff, and if you have him at I3, he does it every turn. So he ends up being like a sub healer in a way without having to use like AP. So it's kind of cool. But okay, let's look in account reviews. I didn't get to this one. If I see Shad, I'll let him know. I think I did these. Yeah, I did these already. Hi, Lux. Not sure when you do reviews. I did some looking around, and I think I'll try to get Black Dwarf in 6. Do you think that is a good plan with the characters that I have now? I can clear everything right now, so I'll probably save up to upgrade Black Dwarf. You have Star. You have a P5 Acure and Bloom. Yeah, you're fine. Yes. Yeah, I don't know if you're here in stream. And you have a Lilia down there? Is Judas a good 4th man? Or should I just put 6 in for an all plant team? If you're doing an all plant team, it depends on no, it'll work. So you'll just do Druvis, Satsuki, Anna and Lee, and 6. And you'll just do it that way. And then 6 will be able to help keep them up sustained with the plant heal that they already get. And then like also like buff them, and it'll be a full mental damage team. Yeah, I hear the 1.6 is actually looking pretty good. Other folks are toxic. As soon as Bad Idea came out, other consequences shit. Yeah. What are y'all talking about over in Twitch? Some people will get 6 and wonder why they still aren't triple S'ing raids in the near future. This is true. I was featuring the star comp for Sea Serpent. I know the 37 and Regulus plus Tooth Fairy is the strongest damage-wise, but problem of Black King Voyager is the sturdiness. Regulus has low health, so the comp can fall apart if Regulus dies fast. I will say in that boss fight, you get multiple characters get hit. String Doll, this is true. See, then I saw 6 and knew the problem is solved with 37 Regulus, Tooth Fairy, and 6 and Vanity. Upload the comp, which has the highest damage, which is 0. LG, do you have any Resonate 11s on your CN characters? No, I don't have R11 because I just don't really have the resources getting a character every 3 weeks and then leveling up old characters I get or characters I lose for 50-50. So like I've lost like literally the last like 5 50-50s, right? And I got Med Pocket, New Babel, Tooth Fairy, Anon Lee, Melania, and Sotheby. Right? So, actually, I've lost so many 50-50s lately after having my streak on 37. So, like, I have all these new characters to, like, level. And then there's other characters I want to also try out. Still don't have my Become Bloom level. I still don't have my Babel level. So, like, but, like, the thing is, too, is that I have to focus on the new character and try to get them up. Now, I put all in on Spathia because I love Spathia. She's so cool. Yeah. Do you think Mushroom Boy is the new Babel version 2? Do people have shields for teams? No, I think, I don't think that Mushroom is going to have crit. A lot of people think he's going to have crit, but I don't want him to have crit. I kind of want us to move away from doing so many crit things. What's the highest recommended level the stages on CN right now? So I have my characters like this, and like I had 1 DPS leveled up to triple S. Okay, of course I have Portrait, so like I'm gonna account that. But at P0 with the characters that I had, I would have also triple S the raid. But I would say that you would want to have the characters like maximized, not at level 60, but like I could have definitely done it like at I3, level 1, level 30, because like the enemy starts to hit really hard. And like my med pocket is like under leveled, but the only reason why we survive is because of the sturdiness. I'm sorry, but like you know, in a raid like this, like for instance, like this one. No, I'm not even gonna say this one, because you can actually prevent damage from happening in this one. In a raid like this one, where I'm gonna get hit regardless, I take so much damage to where Tooth Fairy doesn't feel that great to me because I take so much damage. Like, he hits so hard, and I feel like he, like, without having sturdiness and stuff on my allies, like, I just die, honestly.
Me? Is everyone else dead?
So, I'm gonna show you this guy. Alright, so let's debuff.
The moment of utterance.
He's handing over that DK skin? Can't do it, bro. Skin is tough. I don't like tier list. I don't like tier list. Because tier list is like a couple people's opinions. And yes, I think tier list. So like, think of the. So look at the Pridwin tier list. Because I talked to Gordon, and he's like, bros, like, I mean, they get so much flack on their tiers, right? I talked to Gordon, the one who does it, and you know, they put this whole paragraph of things right here that no one really reads. But even this tier list, like I was talking to Gordon, he was like, he knew that he's gonna eventually have to make another section talk, because like they're not accounting for raids like in this, right? So you have to look at and this isn't even updated to 1.4. You have to look at the overall, right? But so if you look at how the game is in 1.2 and you look at overall, everything gets flipped around. How do you explain that to a person who doesn't exactly know why it's getting flipped around? It's like, yo, like because a lot of people think A Knight is terrible, but they don't actually understand that like A Knight in CN right now is actually really good with Balance Please, and he's the most he's the character you can literally put anywhere, like in a game like where you can use in the game where you can use like where you have neutral afflatus, right? Like he won't take the extra damage. You know, Eternity has is S, but like in global, like, well, not global, but in CN 1.4 she got moved down, right? So like depending on how you're looking at the series, you're like, oh well, Eternity's not that good, right? You look at the overall, you're like, well, Bjorn Bloom's not S tier. And then a lot of people feel that Balloon Party and Tooth Fairy shouldn't be on the same S as well, right? And Gordon was saying that they had to change their tier list because they're like, they feel that there's a lot more characters who actually belong in S, especially when the game came out. It is to change it. And look at the overall. They moved 37 down here. People would be like, what? 37 got moved down to A? How? Right? But at the beginning of the game, remember, Sotheby was all the way down here in C tier, but she got moved up. So like things change, bro. And I'm not gonna sit here and do a tier list. And then hold on. There's a whole nother tier list. There's a whole nother tier list that like shows different things as well. And then I believe Jock is in, or Cocky, or somebody. People have been making content off these tier lists. Again, like it just changes so much because like now you have Medicine Pocket, Eternity, Sotheby, Lilia, and Babel at tier 4 for the 1.4 patch. So you have 37 down at tier 3, depending on where her portraits is at, or if you have her like, I think it's like if you have her level, then she's like higher. If you have Shemaine with portraits, he's higher. If you have Tooth Fairy with portraits, they're higher. 6 with portraits are higher, right there, T0. So it's like, oh, so T0 is characters with portraits. Then with Melania to be tier 1, it's with portraits. Unicorn Bloom with portraits. A Knight with portraits. Tier 2, 37 with portraits. Right? So like, how do I speak to that? There's so, like, I don't, that's why I don't get into it, bro. It's like, it's way too much. Way too much to, like, have to deal with.
Moments of silence.
Wear gloves.
These people already hate when you start talking portraits like that. Yo, what's good, Derek Green?
I'm losing my patience.
Yo, what's good, Perjury? I mean, they changed the character tier because they account for... Yo, Gerald! Birthday ice cream for the baby. Yo, thank you so much, bro, for the super chat. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, we got, we're getting everything ready for, my daughter's birthday tomorrow. So yeah, we're excited. She turns 1. She does turn 1 tomorrow. Alright, so we're gonna do that. And we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. A-Night is busted. You can clear with any of the players as long as your unit's invested. I mean, one of their later updates is based on seeing increased usage, which is basically admission that characters were misplaced to begin with because they didn't identify their strengths accurately. Yeah. This tier is above average since they updated based on current content on new units. No matter what people say, Privilege remains the highest upper tier list around. Yeah, of course. You have to take advantage of stage bonuses too. There's no sound way of making a tier list. It's 3 people make the tier list or the community. Yeah. Aside from Limits Company, Privilege makes a decent tier list. Yeah, I think Privilege does a good job. I think they do a really good job. It's just that, like, oh, I should definitely move my face. It's just that, like, you know, if I were to Google another tier list, like, then everything would be completely changed. Yo, friend, hey,
look at me. I'm the captain now. I'm the captain.
What was that? Yo, Perchy, thank you for the gift. I didn't know I had that sound bite. I was like, who is that talking? I was so weirded out. I was like, did someone hijack my computer? Oh, man. Yeah, there's no way of making a tier list that everyone likes. There's no way of making a tier list that everyone likes. You know, and you know why? Because like it depends, like, okay. And I'll tell you why. So, like, well, no, this is not the exact reason why. But let's look at Melania. Let's talk about Melania. Y'all remember when Melania came out? And like a lot of the community was like, "Oh, skip her. Skip Melania, bro. Get her out of here." But then literally on that day, after people were seeing Melania get used, they're like, "Oh man, lucky, bro. Like, I accidentally summoned on Melania's banner, man. Like, so what do I do? Like, what does the character do?" Because, like, they started to see that Melania was actually really good, right? And they're like, wow, Melania is, like, making the game really easy for people who are doing, like, Limbo and doing, like, other content. And so, like, she was like, A tier, right? And everyone's like, ugh, A tier. Why would I ever use that? That is disgusting, right? And so then they're like, then people started to get more information, and they're like, oh, well, like, the character's actually, like, a little bit better after listening to such and such person and such person. They're like, okay, well, now she's S tier. And then, like, but now when people talk about Melania, they only talk about Melania, like, when it comes to her, like, portraits, because, like, pretty much everybody and their mom was like, well, if I'm gonna get Melania, I'm just gonna get her second portrait. Same thing as Tooth Fairy. People are like, yo, bro, you gotta maximize on that second portrait for Tooth Fairy. And so, like, if you're making a tier list, like, it's hard to make a tier list for a character, like, are you gonna talk about the character at P0 or P2? Because people bring up portraits a lot in the game. Like, they don't want to talk about portraits too much because they're like, you know, because they might be free to play, but, like, they always consider the portraits. Exactly. You're knowledgeable enough to criticize a tier list, then the tier list isn't made for you. This is true, sir. Because, like I said, I talked to that the amount of damage I just took from that boss is exactly why Tooth Fairy, I don't like Tooth Fairy here, by the way. The exact reason why I just took 5k damage is why I don't like Tooth Fairy in this fight. Yeah, like, obviously me. I'll tell you one thing right now. One of the reasons why I don't need a tier list is because I talked to Gordon, who is literally one of the people who does the Pridwin tier list, and we were talking about Spadadea. He was asking me questions about Spadadea. He's like, bro, where do you feel that Spadadea goes on the tier list? He's like, I'm assuming S. But I gave him the pros and cons of the character, right? I said, like, yo, I was using her at P0. You know, I've gotten her up to P3. This is how I feel about the character. This is where I feel she lacks. These are the characters I feel like they can go with her. We talked for like 2 hours about the character. I don't need a tier. I don't criticize the tier list because, like, one, I'm part of their community. But, like, two, they ask me, like, questions because, like, I have a CN account. So, like, you know, like, if they're asking me the questions, then, like, I don't really need. Everyone needs a raid tier list desperately. Well, see, that's the thing is, like, I was telling him, I was like, you know, I told Gordon, I was like, you know, y'all are gonna have to make a raid tier list on Pridwin, right? He was like, yeah, bro. Like, he's like, I used to do it for, like, Dislight. And he's like, I know it's coming. But, see, that's the thing. Like, even with the raids, like, the reason why I don't want to make a raid tier list is because it's gonna just add, it's just gonna add more confusion because, like, now you have to, like, build a team, like, you know, of course, like, around that boss, maximize that, and of course it's gonna be made for the banner character. You're gonna have to try to use characters that, like, could possibly work, where the only thing I ever told you guys about the raids is if you want to maximize the rewards, hit A rank. Anything above A rank is just extra. You get the best rewards if you can just hit A rank. And I stand by that. And I feel strongly about that.
The moment of silence.
No, I don't want to do that.
The moment of
A rank is just really strong.
I'm ready.
Huh? Yeah.
Freaking dumbass.
Be a long day.
Go. Go. Go.
Alright, bye, babe. For Tuesday. Oh, Redeem, there's no need for tier list, period. Only the pros and cons of each character, then you decide. Yeah, 10, I feel like that, right? Like, I'll give, like, pros and cons of characters. Like, if you want to ask me how I feel. Because once, literally, I'll tell you like this, right? Literally, once Shemaine comes out, that will be literally the only character that I won't have between my two accounts, right? So therefore, everything else will just be literal experience versus having to, you know, log into someone else's account, like, right, like I do CN Whale friend, or having to read up on someone else's math. It'll be like my, like, actual, just straight up like opinions of the character and be like, yeah, this is how I feel about the character after extensive use with them.
time comes to speak of truth.
I'm losing my patience.
The scale
People don't even read short reviews? Yeah, it's true.
the balance leads to
People do not have time to do their own research. This is true. Well, think of it this way, right? I said this was true for most gacha games, right? And as a creator, I also understood this. God, I get my attack lowered. It's so heavy. So, like, think of it this way. Think of it from my point of view as a content creator. Because there are other global content creators who are probably thinking the same thing, in a way, right? So, if you're a viewer... if you're a viewer and you're looking at two separate content creators, right? You have one content creator over here who, I'm so sorry for the lag in the stream today. You have one content creator over here who, like, plays CN, is knowledgeable on CN, also plays global, right? You might not, like, enjoy them as much, right? Their personality might not match with you or whatever. But they know everything about CN, and they know everything about global. But then you have a player who's literally coming new into this game, who's, like, reading and having to, like, look up stuff and make videos. And he's like, well, possibly, but he doesn't, like, know, right? Like, if someone asks him a question about CN, he's like, well, from what I've seen, or, like, yeah, from, like, what I've read... but you, like, enjoy the personality, like, that's where, like, some of the global, like, content creators, like, have trouble, right? Because, like, most gacha viewers, you guys, most of you, like, a personality for a streamer only goes so far. You're like, what I really want is for you to answer my questions and to be a CN, like, knowledge person if the game has two separate servers. I noticed that from other games, like if they don't know about CN, like if you don't know about CN or the future, and people automatically are like, oh well, like bro, you don't know nothing. You don't help me. You give me no benefit, dog. Like why am I even here? And that's just the truth as being a gacha creator, bro. You can't benefit and help the people in any way. They don't care about what you do, man.
Come on, this is the time to go all out.
Learn from
Yo, what's good, Vic?
Witness my victory!
Based on recent human behavior, if everything can be attained with little effort without taking too much time, it will follow through. Yeah. Arcs for me, I'm just gonna pull a character around my main team for general content. Exactly. Like, I had to tell people like the other day, I was like, I hope y'all know like raids is still a very small part of the game. Like, raids isn't the whole game. There's still like a lot more. And also the best raids, I mean the best rewards aren't even in raids. The best rewards in the game are literally everywhere else but raids. Maybe it's a stupid question, but will Insight 3 from A-Night work on raid bosses with infinite HP pool? So, funny question. The boss has an HP pool. Has an HP bar. It's not necessarily like infinite, but it has a bar that you clear and it resets the enemies and everything like that. So you still have something to clear.
Sterilized.
time comes to speak of truth.
This is the one time
Time Heaver Reverse. I care about you, Lux. Yo, I thank you so much, bro.
up your heart.
Thank you so much.
Freaking dumbass.
The scale of your soul has tilted. The balance needs to be restored.
Witness my victory!
Vic, bro, I'm chilling, dog. We've been talking about a lot today. We talked about like meta stuff. We talked about like, you know, characters, new Babel hate, and you know, all of that. A lot of different things. It's just been a chill time, man.
The moment of silence.
You know, after the whole HSR free character stuff, I'm really curious about what Reverse will do for its anniversary. I mean, like, I feel like there's people who still want Matilda dupes, so like they could do that. But I also was like low key, I'm like, bro, who wants Matilda dupes that bad, bro? Like, once Matilda gets dupes, like, I'm not saying everybody. A lot of people are gonna be like, bro, I don't care about this character anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people just won't care about her because it'll be too long. Like, after a while, people's like care for a character just goes down and down. The first raid in 1.4 was only for 37. No other teams could get 3 S's. I don't think that'll be the case for global. Like, I don't think that'll be the case for global. I strongly, one more strongly, feel that's not going to be the case for global. Global is not CN. Like, global and CN have the same characters and the same content, but they are not the same game. And if you've seen me play on my CN account, then play on global, you've seen it. Y'all saw me go from CN Limbo to CN global. I mean, to CN Limbo to global Limbo. And it was almost like a completely different game. Y'all saw me, I told y'all, I made, as a content creator, I admitted I made a mistake by making a video about Utu, because I was like, yo guys, like Utu's gonna be pretty serious, dog. Like it's looking pretty insane, because like I was doing Utu on my account, and like, bro, it was hard, man. And it was like, and I showed people the level of my characters. And I was like, my characters aren't perfect, but we have decent resonance. We have like, I was like, I have different elements and stuff like that. I have a couple portraits and characters. And Utu, when Utu came to global, people are like, Lucky, what are you even talking about? Utu was so easy. And I was like, yeah, I see that. So I can't, the whole point of what I'm saying is like, I can't speak to this anymore, because like, the game is obviously showing that it's a completely like different game at the end of the day. And it's just wild.
Get out of here.
All right, Citizen, you have a good one, bro.
The scale of your soul has tilted. The balance needs to be restored.
Yeah, Triple S, like, I promise you guys, like, unless you're wanting to screenshot and show it to other people, there's kind of no reason to, like, worry about Triple S. A 6-star selector? Probably. To be fair, we prepped for that, Utu. Tinley, you're right, yeah. Yeah, the Hydra was the first boss, Drew. But, like, I don't think a lot of people did. I just think it was just easy. Well, question, when did they add the level 55 paid boxes? Ooh, I have no idea. That one I don't know. That is a whale question I don't know. We have sturdiness? We do have sturdiness. Ender Ace. How about the Mushroom Boy? We don't know anything. All I know about Ezra is he's a shielder. Bro, I just got hit so hard, and I keep getting sealed.
So much for warm-ups.
Alright, so we're gonna hit this. Then we're gonna buff right here. Then we're gonna buff again. We're gonna hit boss.
Feel it. Feel the beat in your heart.
Oh god. Alright, 15% damage reduction, 50% damage buff. We cleared our debuffs.
Like a lighthouse.
And boom! Boom, 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 boom. You get everything at the raid boss shop, even if you don't hit. See, there's not a raid boss shop. There's not even that. I'll show you other. I'll show you other rewards. I promise you. Did that just kill Med Pocket? Oh my God, Med Pocket's alive. Med Pocket's alive.
The moment of silence.
Sterilized.
This is why Tooth Fairy, I feel, is probably not the best. Because, like, without this sturdiness, bro, we're getting one shot. Like, of course you could say, well, Lucky, if you had, like, you know, maybe a better account or whatever, you'd probably do better. But nah, bro, this boss hits way too hard.
Freaking dumbass.
The scale of your soul has tilted. The balance needs to be restored.
24.
Moment of utterance.
Let's stun. Wait, do you want to stun? No, we're gonna heal, bro. We're getting hit so hard.
Ready?
Till the torch is lit.
That's why I find people that are DPS brain to be cringe. Yeah, bro.
Dumbass.
This boss hits like really hard. Like to be focused on like DPS and like trying to get crit, bro. You're gonna get hit really hard. And all of this content. Alright, so we're gonna buff up right here. Can't use this skill, so we're gonna
The moment of
buff up here again. No. We're gonna ult, we're gonna hit the debuff, we're gonna do our buff, and then we're gonna ult again. We should hit a little okay.
Feel the beating of your heart.
You don't want Tooth Fairy? Not on this boss. I have Tooth Fairy, but I don't want Tooth Fairy on this boss, no.
Tin, witness my victory.
39k. Yeah, I was saying we have a little bit too much crit characters in the game. I want them to start doing something else. Okay, well, there they go. Goodbye. Goodbye.
That's right. Time to go all out.
Really one shot.
Like a lighthouse. That hurts, huh?
Yeah, 9.7 with a sturdiness buff and a damage reduction buff. What was I supposed to do to that? What was I supposed to do on an R10, like I3 Spathadia with a level 60 maxed out PsyQ and get hit by 9.7 with all of that damage reduction, bro? What was I gonna do? Like, what was I gonna do? The hell was I gonna do right there, bro? Like,
Ready?
that was the hardest I've ever been hit in this game. You still mad that skins are cheaper at CA versus Global? Hey, bro. What was I supposed to do to that, man? What was I supposed to do? I'm just gonna go ahead and consume this. What was I supposed to do there, bro? That was ridiculous. She got hit for 62,000 damage the whole raid. Oh, and that was reduction. Oh, so when I tell you about 6, bro, like 6 has decent heals, bro. Like just with cure status. Really does. And I used 13 heals on Med Pocket. And 6 was able to passively heal. I-360 for the cure? Nope, it's just one of the buffs. That's just level 1. He in his slot of buffs, he can give a cure. Just at I3, he gives a random buff every turn, and then if I use the buff, he applies it to a character. But every turn, I give a random buff to my allies for 2 turns. So like over time, like in a longer fight, like in a raid, it can help benefit. Oh, so let me show you the raid, the stuff that y'all are curious about. So for hitting 2.5 million damage in a raid, you get these rewards here, right? So this is what you get: some purple mats, some stuff like that, right? This is the triple S rewards. Let me show y'all. At C, blue mats. C plus, a purple with blue mats. At B, is the Psycube purple mat. B plus, purple with the Psycube one. At A, you get the gold mat with the gold Psycube level up. A plus, blue. At S, a blue in the Psycube. At double S, a blue with the Psycube material. At triple S, a blue in the Psycube. With 3K of the... Yo, look at that. Look at these triple S rewards, boy. And the medal, look at that, bro. Look at all this stress that people want to keep telling me. But if you want a triple S a raid, Lucky, you gotta have this, bro. Because you want a triple S every raid. No, you don't, bro. If you are struggling to get triple S, do not pull your head out. Don't pull a character you don't want to try to triple S a raid. Don't do it, bro. Yeah, exactly. Wait a minute. Are y'all arguing over Tooth Fairy? Where are y'all arguing over Tooth Fairy? So here, I'm gonna give you my 2 cents on Tooth Fairy because I have every healer in the game, right? Do 4 and 3 stars even get used for raids? I don't, but like some people like probably have tried, but like I don't even bother doing it. They're like probably like Painblade or someone else would do it, but like I don't even see material. Like, you know, probably Eagle, but like most of the 4 stars, like not many people are even like talking about them. So like, let me give my 2 cents on Tooth Fairy, right? Let's really talk about her, right? Because like everyone thinks like she's like a lot of people think she's like the best healer for every character, right? So let's look at it this way, right? So we all understand that she gives the confusion debuff, right? Which gives 20% crit lowering on the defense, right? That's the 25 plus having the insight 1 gives you the 15%. So that's 40% crit defense that she lowers. So in a way you can say that's 40% extra crit rate, right? So she gets you 40%. I simply made a statement talking about Tooth Fairy where it's possible to skip her. If you don't have a character that can't go over, like, I mean, honestly, like 50%, like maybe even closer to like honestly just 50% to be nice. They can't really go over 50% with crit rate, then what's the point of using Tooth Fairy, right? Because, and I'm not talking about her crit healing, I'm not talking about her purify, I'm talking about the crit, because that's what people talk about in maximizing the damage of the character. Because if you don't crit, Tooth Fairy does nothing for you. If you did not, like, if you do an attack and don't crit, Tooth Fairy just failed you. Like, right? No, I'm just talking about Tooth Fairy. I'm just talking about pure content. If you did not crit with Tooth Fairy, she failed you. She didn't benefit you at all. There was nothing she did for you. Whereas, the reason why I like medicine pocket for consistent damage, because no matter if you crit or you don't, med pocket will give you that damage, that extra damage, right? With her damage dealt debuff that she does on the enemies, right? No matter what happens, you'll do the extra damage. And she also gives you a mass sturdiness buff onto your characters, right? So she can focus this on one enemy and give you the 20% extra damage that you want, right? This helps out any character who's not built into crit, regardless of what they do. This helps everybody out, right? Also with Tooth Fairy, I'm gonna see how this happens, but obviously there are crit characters that are made in the game that don't convert crit rate to crit damage, right? And I'm wondering how much of a trend it's gonna be, because like 37 doesn't convert crit rate into crit damage. Lilia does not convert crit rate into crit damage. Spathadia does not, well, we already know why Spathadia doesn't do it, right? But so how many more crit characters are going to come out that don't convert crit rate to crit damage, to where it's like if you can get the character to a high amount of crit rate, like without Tooth Fairy, like, you know, like if a character comes out like Spathadia, to where it's like, oh, I can get 100% crit rate without Tooth Fairy, then it's like, why use Tooth Fairy? It's like, there's no point, right? Spathadia is the first character who can literally tell Tooth Fairy, yeah, you gotta just sit over there. I don't really need you. But anyways, my whole point is that in a lot of situations, depending on, like, if we're talking, because, like, again, we're kind of getting into a little bit of meta talk, but it's whatever. I'm not really involved in it. That's all. That's everybody on Twitch. But Med Pocket versus Tooth Fairy. When I tell this to people, not everybody here is a min-maxer. Any signs of guild system in 1.5? Nah. Med Pocket provides sturdiness. Med Pocket provides CC, right? So Med Pocket is a safer healer, right? Med Pocket is a safer healer. It's also crit defense, which many units. It's only 15% though. This is only 15%. So for instance, no, like, I just look at the character. It's only 15%. If I have a character who can already get a high amount of crit, right? Then, like, and I'm gonna use Spathadia for an example, because people were trying to tell me that Tooth Fairy was her better healer. I never said there wasn't a reason to get Tooth Fairy. I don't think I said that. I just said that I'm just speaking to the point where I don't think Tooth Fairy is the end all be all, like, Jesus to the game. I'm not talking about don't get Tooth Fairy. Oh, absolutely pull for Tooth Fairy. I never told anybody not to pull for Tooth Fairy. I just told people you have less of a reason to pull for Tooth Fairy if you have every other healer in the game. That's the only time where I told people. That's the only time where I told people that it's okay. I was like, if you don't have Med Pocket, if you don't have Balloon Party, a lot of people are like, well, I'm getting Tooth Fairy because I needed a healer, and I was like, oh, okay, like, pull the character, right? Like, I haven't really told anybody, like, to just straight up don't pull this character. Like, it depends on where your account. I've always tried to put my statements, because, like, I don't want people to turn on me, as it depends on where your account is at. If you don't have the Tooth Fairy, if you don't have a Med Pocket, you don't have a Balloon Party, and you're literally using, like, La Source, right? or try to hang on with like DK or something like that. And then I was like, bro, get Tooth Fairy, like get it. But then I also told people like, be mindful of your accounts. Like if you do have these healer setups and you're on the fence about Tooth Fairy and you have an account that's built in to like, well, that's not built for like crit characters, and there's like, you know, less of a reason. But so when I was using Spathadia, a lot of people were saying that Tooth Fairy is Spathadia's, well, for me personally, people were telling me with like my P2 Spathadia, they're like, oh, you want to use Tooth Fairy to get more like crit consistency out of her. Even for like P2, P0 Spathadia. And Spathadia is the only character I can talk about because I was like, she's the character that can control how much crit rate she wants to have on her own, right? So a character that you can control how much crit rate you want to have, I feel is a less character to have Tooth Fairy, because like a 15% extra crit damage buff isn't better than having a 20% extra damage dealt buff, right? It's not. Well, yeah, the conversation will always repeat itself because like people want to know what is better, right? But that's why I say it depends on what you want. Like, because the new conversation's gonna well, the conversation right now for a lot of people was like, oh, just Spathadia, Power Creep, Melania, and Centurion, and I'm like, no, they're two different characters. But Tooth Fairy versus Med Pocket, yeah, like that just depends on what you want. Like, I mean, me personally, I like consistency, right? I like consistency if I'm doing like harder content. Even when I play like my MOBA games, if I'm playing like MOBA games and there's like a I don't really like building like even my hunters or carries into crit a lot of times, because like you have to like go into crit, because if you're not critting every time, your basic attacks are hitting so weak, right? But like if we're gonna compare like different characters, like that's where it's like you have to like really look at it. Like crit characters are like really cool, but the reason why you have to get Tooth Fairy for your crit characters is because you want consistency. Because like if Lily is not critting, then she's not doing a lot of damage. Well, yeah, Fire Monkey, but see that's where you're pulling for what is based for your account, right? Like that's why I tell people pull for what you need. Like pull for what you need. Like if so for instance, if next patch a new mineral character came out, technically I don't need to pull for a mineral character. I obviously will, but I wouldn't need to pull for a new mineral character. I have except for plant, but I have a main DPS in every element, right? So I don't really need to pull for any character. Well, yeah, that's but that's why, like, hopefully. Well, no. I've played a lot of gacha games. I've played a lot of gacha games, and I don't know, like I just think of it like from just different perspectives. Like to me, if I can't spend, all right, so if I'm playing a gacha game, right? I'm playing a gacha game and I can't spend money, I obviously need to maximize my account. If we're playing R99 free to play, right? obviously, like, it makes sense to get a character in every afflatus, right? So if you're looking at your, obviously not your account like this, but like if we had an account, let's do this bottom row right here. We had an account like this, right? We started in the game, bro. We had our Sotheby, we have our Melania, right? We got a Charlie, we got a Satsuki, right? Like, so if I'm looking at my account, I can look at it from multiple different perspectives, right? So I'd be like, yo, I got my Melania, we have a beast DPS, so I don't need to summon for a beast DPS for a while because I don't have the currency, right? I'm looking at Satsuki, I'm like, you know what? Hey, she's a decent, she has decent like DPS, right? If I end up getting lucky on a Druvis, that'll be great. But like, I'm gonna use like, you know, Satsuki right now. And then I'm like, for star, I have Charlie, right? Like I can use that, right? And if I'm looking down my account, I'm like, okay, what else do I have to like work with? Like, right? You have to work with what you got. You like, you know, and like a lot of people, I think like literally there'll be free-to-play players who's like, who have Eternity, like they'll have Eternity and they're like, yo, should I pull for Black Dwarf? Like, I don't know if I'll be able to pull for it. Then don't pull for it, bro. Because like a lot of people work where it's like, okay, they don't have enough pulls for pity. And so they already have an Eternity. They're going to pull on the Black Dwarf, possibly miss the 50-50. Now they're mad and they're out of all their gems, right? Or whatever. And they could possibly like stop playing the game because they have like a weak will. And that was like one of their last things. Like, bro, this game sucks. The rates are terrible. Can't get what I want. Like, blah, 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 blah. Like, it's a lot of things. It was good, Alex. If they had a Baros, the Baros system only works in like raids, but yeah, probably more prudent to focus on only 2 and work with being neutral against the other Afflatuses. That is a true statement. But I'm just saying overall what I would look for, because like I don't know what the rate of building up a character is for free to plays, right? But like if I only have 2 6-stars, I could still level up my Melania as a DPS, my Charlie as a DPS, and my Satsuki as a DPS. If this is my account as a free-to-play player, I could still level this up, right? Or, like, and it depends on where my currency is. Like, if I started the game just now with this account, right? Like, if I started today and got this, I would get Jessica, obviously, right? And then I'd be like, oh, okay, I need a star character. I'm gonna level up Charlie. Right? But I'd pull Jessica, and I won't have any more, probably won't have any pulls. I'd look at Shemaine and be like, yeah, I'm gonna skip that. I would be trying to get Black Dwarf, right? Because I'm like, I need a mineral character. And I'm like, I don't really have any characters that works as a mineral. So like that was what would be like my goal from there, right? And so then I get 1.3 Black Dwarf, right? And I'm like, all right, cool. Now I got 4 elements going, right? I had the plant, I had the beast, I have the star. So then I'm like, I just need 1 more element on my account to feel really good, right? I just need to, no, wait. That'd be every element. Yeah. No, that'd be every element. I'm tripping. If I got, I just get Black Dwarf, right? And then I'd have everything out of Jessica and Black Dwarf. I'd be good. From there, since I'd have every element of DPS, now I can look and be like, okay, what do I want to help replace some things or add to my account? Because I believe if you don't have the resources and you pull a character, you have to have a good reason to pull for that character. Well, if you're worried about pulls, if you're pulling for what you like, this doesn't pertain to you. But if you're going to pull a character, you want that character to benefit your account in some way. You don't just want to pull a character just to pull a character, right? So then, like, if I pulled the Jessica, if I pulled the Black Dwarf, then I'm looking at it like, okay, I can kind of, like, just chill on my account. You know, I can go for 6, right? Try to pull on 6 if I have the currency. If I lose 50-50 on 6, I'm okay. Because the next character is guaranteed. But if I get 6, then it's amazing, right? Like that's how I would like think, because like if I'm looking at this, it's like, you know what, I could probably rock with like an X as a debuffer, maybe use some click in some situations, use some cross, but you got to use what you have, and if you don't have the currency, then that's just what it is, and like that's how like I've lived. Like you just got to use what you got. Mr. Junior, I feel like you really don't need much to complete the events. Also, I think the raids are going to be easier compared to CN. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, Fisher, they are. No, you are right. That is a long time. A lot of people aren't really patient. A lot of people aren't patient. Hello, all. Tagonius. I don't have a build. I don't have a star DPS build. I1 level 15 Regulus versus P0 Charlie is available. Don't plan to pull on 36. Wait a minute, what? Ugh. I don't know why my stream's going down. But what are you saying? I have a build star DPS. Oh, I could just pop out my chat. I don't have a star DPS built. I1 level 15 Regulus versus P2 Charlie is available. Regulus. Use your Regulus. Tagonius. Don't plan to pull on 37. The preaching of Venus, sweetheart skin hits so hard. I'm at this. Thoughts on Laughter and Laughter, 4-star Psycube? I don't have any thoughts on 4-star Psycube. Unless you like, if you just started the game, I wouldn't even really like focus on Psycubes, to be honest. Yo, Philo, they've compensated so many times on the raids. It's wild. Eternity Babel 37. Someone is on Second Life. Sounds good. Or should I change someone to Balloon Party? And if yes, who should it be? Eternity Babel in 37? You should take off Eternity and do a healer, yeah. Don't do a... Yeah, you still want a healer there. Oh, 5-star, okay. I was so confused. Because I don't have them all, like, memorized. Unfortunate. You said which one? Laughter and Laughter. I mean... No, I wouldn't. My thoughts is like, it's okay. Like, well, you get enough 6-star Psycubes to where you don't really have to worry about like the only 5-star Psycube that's like decent is like Yearning Desire, right? And I really don't have a lot of thoughts on 5-star Psycubes because I feel like we get a lot of Psycubes between like we're getting one to maybe 2 like each month for some people, right? With the events and the regular ones. But like, I especially don't have a thought for like Psycubes because eventually they'll be adding this into the game. They added it in 1.4 where they give you like a 5-star Gluttony and then they give you new like 5-star Psycubes, of course. But like, then you can start leveling up the like 5-star Psycubes, I feel. You know, versus like, you know, people are buying their Yearning Desire copies, but Again, I feel like we get a lot of Psy cubes, to where like I don't think it's as important to get a 5-star one. You may not need a healer with new Babbles since her shield's last 2 rounds, depending on the content that you're doing. If you're getting hit hard, then you'll probably want Babble. Like if you're using 37 new Babble and an Eternity, you could possibly if you have all the damage, but it just depends on where you're at. Right? Like it just depends on like where you're at. Like on your characters and stuff like that. I don't know where all of you are, so like I'll usually give the safer option before I give like the more DPS of an option, right? Because like I don't know where y'all are at, but if you have like all your characters like properly leveled and stuff, then yeah, you'll do fine.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. A bit crowded here. Playtime, boys and girls. Pause down. Run. Start running.
Time to check my calculation.
Long admonition and occasional indulgence.
Oh, shit.
Wonder what kind.
Could be found.
Right wing.
Well, yeah, but also having like Necrologist there is kind of like your failsafe, though, in a way. Drew, this is something new they added. It's like a new thing they added where they give like 5-star cubes and like some mats and stuff. It added in 1.4.
You won't be disappointed.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
These glowing lights. We are the master and raven of the place.
We are the master and raven of the place.
And divide. Huh.
Whatever. Сколько побед?
Beat 6-2 on 4 accounts with 4 different teams.
Walking train.
You current everywhere. Did you use Becure and Bloom on all the teams? Hold on, let me check on the baby.
Welcome to the world of numbers.
Long admonition and say sorriness. Professional. Pause. These glowing lights. We are the master and raven of the place. Run. Start running.
Intersect and divide. Huh.
Wanna watch time? Wanna watch the aerial stunts? Right wing. Whatever. Сколько
Pause.
побед?
Swallow my exhaust. You won't
Wonder
be
what kind.
disappointed. These glowing lights. We are the master and raven of the place.
Right wing. Oh oh.
Run, start running.
Are you irrational members?
Don't blink. ВДВ.
Could be found.
Сколько побед?
Swallow my exhaust.
Time to check my calculation. 4 is a bubble. The final demonstration could be found. Welcome to the world of numbers.
Walking training.
Intersect and divide.
Fine.
Isn't
Wanna
there?
watch the aerial stunts? Don't blink.
It could be found.
Down.
Fine.
Uh-huh.
Say sorry.
Right win.
You won't be
Could be
disappointed.
found.
These glowing lights. We are the master and maven of the place.
Are you irrational members? Huh. Intersect and divide. The fun could be
Wanna
found.
watch the aerial stunts?
Welcome to the world of numbers. Huh.
ВДВ. Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Swallow my exhaust.
Are you irrational members?
A little trick.
Pause.
Could even that.
Run, start running.
Uh-huh. Intersect and divide. The final
Fine.
demonstration. Welcome to the world of numbers.
A little trick.
Say sorry.
Haven't you eaten?
I've seen your struggle written in the stars.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's go. We back. Um. What are we talking about? Yo, 10 Lee, bro. I didn't even see the. I didn't even see it. But Perjury, thank you for the. Perjury, thank you for the 2-1 sub. 10 Lee, thank you for the tip. Appreciate you, bro. I'm so sorry, man. I'm so distracted. Um. Seen some Mad Lad beat 6-2 with auto battle on a unit like Lasource, Alani, and DK. Wow. That's wild.
Silence.
Is there anything that you are not happy about the game and want it to be better? Lack of social interaction. Lack of social interaction. I think one of the biggest ways to kill a game. Okay, pay you mine. My girlfriend has been playing Monster Super League, like, for our whole relationship and, like, before. Monster Super League, I didn't really care for. The only reason why she still plays that game is because she's in a Discord with a guild and they have guild raids. Social interactions will keep you in a game longer than you would probably have been if you were solo, because you could have just easily quit. Having like that little inkling of a reason to stick with the game because you have a connection to people in a guild will keep you in a game a lot longer. That's my personal opinion, and I think that really like just helps give you that like, wow, this game has amazing community because like so many people are like all in on it, right? Without it, it like leaves the game feeling slightly dry without having those social interactions. Because yeah, friends list is like literally useless. I have 50 friends and I can't interact with them at all. So, like if we really love this game, we really love it to grow, they gotta put that in the game. Because otherwise, like, you could walk away from the game and just be like, yeah, whatever. Any characters want an incantation might, Psycube? So you're talking about like characters that focus on like skills? So we're talking global like right now. We don't have like really crazy ults. Well, the one off the top of my head is 37. Right? 37 is for sure a character.
I'm sorry.
I'd say like you could give an argument for Charlie if you're in a single target fight. Giving her incantation might would be better. Um, Jessica. Jessica's a character who could use it. Already have a Kjorn skin? Yeah, I bought Premium Battle Pass. Premium Battle Pass gives you 10 extra levels. And I've done a lot of weeklies and the other stuff. I still haven't completed everything. Oh, well, I did buy one level yesterday to become 30. I bought one level yesterday. So I wasted like 150 gems and then got a summon. So, yeah. But we're still good on summons to at least get Jessica. We'll worry about P5 Jessica a little later. I want to use the character at P0 before I try to summon more for her. I want this to reset. Six can use it. Yeah. What was it? I came over here for a reason. I'm so scared to level anything up because, like, I'm just like, bro, like, you don't really have a lot of resources. Yo, do y'all want to, let me see. I brought up an interesting, while I was gone, I thought of an interesting topic. So, with how the game is now, show off the current skin. Oh, here, I got y'all.
I'm not good at dealing with visitors.
So, with the way the game is now, where do y'all think shielders fit in the game? Because we have insane healers, and now we have sub healers coming in like 6, like, you know, Ulu. Where do y'all think shielders are gonna fit in the game? Do you think shielders do you think the shields are really good enough to justify not using a healer? Because the healers right now are really insane, but the shielders aren't really insane as much, right? Is there a Necron up for a raid? Yeah, Trevelli. Yeah, Green, you can guarantee your Jessica. Not a necessity, but depending on how to do the raids. If she was synergized with Charlie for one, can keep her at the ideal HP the whole time. I don't like Charlie, so I never think about Charlie. But yes, shields do synergize with Charlie. If we have more characters who have the whole Hu Tao mechanic where like lower health like actually helps them out, then I think that's where shielders get a buff. But see, what's crazy is that is what someone was trying to argue me down to, where a character's not as good if you summon a character and that makes them better, right? So if we have characters who have the whole Hu Tao thing where low health gives more damage, and that gives shielders more of a purpose, people are gonna be like, well, that's not a reason to get the character, just because you can use another character. But like, I'm like, but that's a synergy. Arlen, yeah, like Arlen, Blade, right? Like, Exactly, right, Fire Monkey? People don't really like defenders because they like to just go all in on damage. They like to see those screenshot numbers. Whoever that person was, they were just wrong anyways. This is true. Yeah. I think I agree. So, let's think about it, right? So, and we're talking 6-star, 6-star, 5-star, right? But still to be Tooth Fairy, Med Pocket, right? Still to be, wait, I have them all on one account. Sadly, because I lost my 50/50s. So, okay, yeah, okay. So Medicine Pocket, Tooth Fairy, and Sotheby, right? Let's look at what they provide. Sturdiness, damage up buff, CC, right? Yeah. Crit rate, well, crit resist, defense, whatever. So crit, purification, and in a way, you could say provides a debuff and helps out other characters who like debuffed enemies, right? So debuffs, right? So she provides crit debuffs and purification, right? So to be has like the least, like, you know, utility, because she provides like, she can provide the probably the second biggest heal, like just on like in a burst probably, like, because if you do like double heal, ult, you could probably burst heal like really crazy. But she provides like debuffs, right? But she still provides a heal and a debuff. Not that I'm saying she has the biggest heal, but I feel like she could provide a really crazy heal of consistency without needing crit or anything like that, right? But she's good for poison teams. Balloon Party, she provides a counter and has extra healing based off of where you're at in your health, right? Which is really other stuff. That's right, Shiro. You use, which is crazy because like a lot of people love to say that like Sotheby's heals like. Yeah, but anyways, I'm not arguing like who's better or whatever. We're saying that we're doing shielders versus healers, right? So anyways, they provide utility. I was just trying to say that these two provided a little more than Sotheby, but like you said, she does enable Blasphemer. She does enable debuffs. She helps out like other characters like Six, Pure and Bloom, and all of them do other damage. Poison teams do damage. So Sotheby actually has a lot more utility than I kind of gave it to her, right? So I do apologize for that. But from there, that is healers. Obviously, there's more healers than shielders in the game. But if we were to look at the two shielders in the game, we have Babel. God, I forgot what the character. So we have Babel. She provides a taunt. And a shield. And I think she has the longest duration shield, right? So she has a taunt, which also gives herself control immunity. So she'll never get stunned out of that taunt. And she gets a mass 2-round shield buff. And she buffs herself. She's a little bit, you know, of course, more on the selfish side, right? She's like, if you've ever played games with tanks, she's more of a selfish tank. She really helps her self out, right? We can all agree to that. And then when we look at Tenet, now Tenet provides a 2-round reality defense buff. So it's like it's helpful with reality defense, lowering the reality defense by 30%. But then her shield, she gets a mass shield buff for 1 round and it lowers damage taken while the shield is active. And then whenever she enters battle, she immediately casts a shield and gains 1 stack of diamond bullet. The caster is... Oh, this only triggers once. If the caster starts a round with below 50%, immediately cast the shield. If the Insight 3 could trigger more times, this would be insane. Insight 3. Yeah. But it's only 1 time, though. Or is it 1 time... Wait. Is this 1 time per turn? Or is this 1 time per battle? I've never used Tenet. I've literally never looked at Tenet. Per battle? Then that's significantly worse. Significantly worse. So with what I'm saying, well, we can go from there. Like, it's kind of like obviously like the shielders right now, and I'm not gonna look at like 4-star shielders, and as of 5 stars, I don't know any others. So, like, because, like, it's just obvious that the healers just provide more. So, like, possibly Ezra could save the shielders and, like, be that one that provides a lot more utility on a shield. Because, like, yeah, like, New Babel is selfish. And Tenet shields, like, really need that extra turn. Except raid battles don't last that long. Raid battles can last up to depending on how high you're going, you can go up to 20 turns. 20, like, it's all the way up to 30 turns. Yeah. I think shielders aren't getting love. Like, shielders, like, because I've never seen the shields be, like, that crazy. Yeah, I had to leave, and a lot of people left. Not really leave, but I had to, like, walk away. And then Jakazen was streaming today, too. So we were kind of conflicting. But it's all good. But yeah, for, like, most content, you can kind of just use, like, one shielder and then, like, try to resist the damage that they have. I just don't think the shields are big enough. Ezra's a shielder, yeah. Ezra's a shielder. I think Devs are planning to add mobs that deal nasty one in the future. Does that make sense? Yeah. Because all I'm saying is, like, I think shielders need enough because in terms of right now, healers are just kind of just better. I think the point people are missing with shields is that they work remarkably well with the healer, since shields stack on top of max health. Well, so, like, what I'm saying is like, well, let's also not lose sight of what I'm saying. So, like, in a fight like with what I'm doing here, right? This is a terrible example, by the way. But in a team like this, let's say I didn't have 6, because 6 is an unfair character. Let's say I didn't have 6, right? Let's ignore 6. Let's put Balloon Party here. Would it be better to have, or since a lot of people would probably say, like, yo, just use your Tooth Fairy. Would it be better to have 2 healers here, or a healer or a shield and a shielder? Because, like, let's say in the case, right? So I have the DPS, right? This is the battle where I have the DPS. Okay? So, would it be better to use a shielder or just use the double healers because of their utility? Six is the best 4th man. That's why I cannot say 6. Because once 6 comes out, it's a whole different story. So shielder needs to have utility problems up. Well, that's what I was leading to. String dog, yes. Like I was my whole conversation. See, bro, I was playing chess, but whole point I was saying is like Ezra needs to have. Well, I actually already said it, but I said Ezra needs to have more utility than the shielders have right now. Like I was like Ezra, I'm hoping, being a new release character that has a shield, could provide that new utility. Because as of right now, shielders just don't provide utility. It's like it's just better to just use a healer. The support lacks right now a strong cleanse power. Well, but if you have a 6, you can kind of just cleanse people whenever you want with just a level 1 ability. If you upgrade it, it cleanses more purifies. That's why we don't talk about 6, right? Because 6 can do, yeah, bro. 6 can do literally everything in the game, bro. Like, is 6P0 that good? Yes. Like, 6 is so cracked at times, bro. That's why we can't talk about 6. No, I'm not skipping Ezra because then, like, if so many people want to see Ezra, it would be unwise as a content creator to skip Ezra. Even if Ezra becomes the worst character in the game, like, somebody's gonna love him. So, like, I still gotta summon him. I know his portraits is insane, but wasting AP on RNG buffs is kind of mad though. Kazar, I don't want to sound like I'm insulting, but that comment sounds like a lack of seeing 6, right? So I'm gonna show you why. So we're gonna do this battle.
Are you seeking my service?
Because we're talking about 6 being the first. I3, you apply random buffs to your team automatically every turn. If I buff up my DPS, right?
Moment of utterance.
I apply 2 more buffs. Now I have 3. And the buffs and the debuffs prioritize what you don't have. So that means on turn 2, I'm literally going to have 4 buffs now. It's not really that much RNG. And if we're just talking if we're literally just talking our DPS. Look at that, now we have penetration rate. Look at all these buffs we have. Like, that's from I3. So, it's not... And that's why I love that I have these characters to show that, because, like, maybe people didn't know how it worked, and I'm just using you as an example, so I apologize, Kazar. But like that's where like people like really need to see the characters versus like reading them to be like, oh crap, like. And so then then the next turn or the next time I use a buff, I will apply the 2 other buffs that I don't have. Like, so. So we can buff this character up again. And then we can do another debuff, which it prioritizes debuffs that the enemy doesn't have, and then we can attack. But we have like 10 buffs on this character already, right? It's crazy, and we still didn't crit after pre-buffing. Guys, I'm gonna test something.
Get out of here.
Of course, Med Pocket crit. I was like, I'm gonna test something here. I was like, I'm gonna see what type of day we're having, bro. I was like, what type of day are we having? Are we having a good day? Oh my god, bro. All right. Okay, so at this point, I'm just gonna have to max out Med Pocket, because having 28% crit and critting literally like you have 70% is wild. Like, that's just wild. Like, Med Pocket crits so much, and the character I've not changed the resonance is at 28%, bro. No Tooth Fairy. I know some people won't really agree, but I don't think Miss Babel is that bad, really. Like, she works with well with 37. She's mineral, and there isn't any mineral characters. Yeah, but the problem is people are looking at, like, raids, and, like, they're not looking at the content, and they're, like, they feel like... And people don't like that a character's only purpose... Like, only reason why people talk about New Babel is because it's 37. So they're like, oh, so the only character that makes Babel good is 37, which is such an L take, because that's what people say on Sotheby. Aside of that, I do think by default... Tank should at least have reality plus mental defense buffs. Not only one type damage, and the other skill can be different from one of the others. Yeah, Riz. It's okay, but if you use those AP on your DPS, it's just better, no? Well, think about it, Kazar. Think about it, Kazar. Like, so, with 6, because I'm in CN, I'm not gonna try to translate this. So, 6's ability at level 1, like, if you're starting the match, does everything that it needs to do. So he's actually really AP friendly, right? If we're talking a raid, you have 4 AP slots. You can sacrifice a level 1 card to give your character on turn 2 4 buffs. That's huge, right? That's so huge. And he, like, because regardless of the level that you have, the buffs are going to be the same. The only things that change per level of his abilities is the purifies that he does. And if you have it at level 3, it changes the amount of rounds you have for your incantation empowerment. So, and then having 4 or more buffs at the end of a round will give you a Eureka stack. So it's helpful to, like, do this, because, like, you're really only having to do this, like, but, like, just once. I do have Thunderous equip. No, but that's what I'm saying. I have Thunderous, a level 50 Thunderous on a Med Pocket. That's what's making her crit 28%. There's no way you're gonna tell me that my med pocket's critting so much because she's at 28%. 28% is such a low percent in games that I don't even count on a crit. Like some of you haven't seen it. My med pocket crits so much in a raid that you would think she's at 80%. Like, her crits have been wild. Like, she crits like she's at literally 70-80% with a Tooth Fairy on the team. That's what the whole meme is. The whole meme is that the med pocket has like some hidden crit mechanic because it's wild. While y'all just saw my Spathia miss.
Maybe we can bring
And I'm gonna explain to you how ridiculous it is that Spathia missed
We can always have plenty of frogs by the field.
and med pocket hit. My Spathia has 38% crit here. With P2, I get 50% when I attack a burning enemy. So that's 88% crit. I use the buff here to give me another 30% crit. I'm at 118% crit rate. But because of the crit defense, I was probably put down to like 90% and I missed at 90% probably. Whereas Med Pocket, with the crit defense, probably had a 2% crit rate. But then because of the hidden mechanic with Med Pocket I'm seeing somewhere, still crit. Because like I said, like... So he's much worse than 3-unit content? No, it's not that he's much worse. He's still usable. It's just that he's not, I said he's the best 4th man, right? So you gotta make sure we stay on track with what I said. I said 6 is the best 4th man, right? In terms of support, he's like a universal character, right? Just like with Anna and Lee. Is he the best support to use on a reality damage team? Well, like, come on. But can 6 do a lot while also providing you heals? Yes. Providing you tank? Yes. Providing you extra damage? Yes. Providing you debuffs on the enemies? Yes. Like, that's what the character can do. I'm saying the character can do a lot with only using level 1 of the skills. I don't know how to put this, but 6 massive numbers of buffs aren't actually super beneficial for maximizing the carry. No, but what I'm saying is that he's the best fourth man because he can give the carry extra damage and provide extra healing. Because in this same team, right, like 4th man, I'm not saying he's the best support, but he has a lot of utility, right? But like in this team, like if we're in a raid situation, right? I have 3 supports here with a carry, right? So like all of these here are helping out. It's all of these people helping out. Ulu is giving burn to help maximize the crit on Spathia. She also gets a damage dealt buff. Mad Pocket is providing sturdiness and also providing healing, and then providing the stun when I need it, and also providing a damage dealt buff. And then 6 is providing the extra incantation buff, the extra reality defense debuff, is providing the extra cure, and like ends up doing like a third, like ends up doing 2/3 of the heals that like Med Pocket can do. And yes, gives incantation empowerment. For certain characters, like with having Spathia, right? Since we're in CN, we're going to talk about these characters, since there's literally a patch away from each other. 6 works well with DPS that like to have level 2, level 3 cards as well, right? I literally did a raid battle where I was sitting on level 3 cards. because Spadlia gives herself a free card. But he's general purpose character. Like, sure, right? I could probably slap Bjorn Bloom here, right? I could probably, like, take off Bjorn Bloom to add this, but, like, 6 adds, like, a lot to where I don't even need to put Bjorn Bloom. I don't have my Bjorn Bloom, like, even, like, maximized. I know I could get more DPS if I put Bjorn Bloom, but then I could also just say, like, oh, well, I'll just probably, like, you know, if I wanted to use a Bjorn Bloom that bad, like, I'd probably just maximize it, like, in a different way. Because Ulu's healing is, like, not that great anyways. Her healing is terrible. Yeah, somebody said it earlier and I missed it. Someone said supports need more love. Because yes, look at the supports. Like that people use. Like we have like 5. Like I mean, we really have like in terms of like 6-star, like really like 5 like 5 like that are used, and then like, you know, of course Voyager, wherever you want to use her, Chronologist, but like these are kind of the main ones. But when I was giving people pull priority for characters, it was like, do you pull a Shemaine or do you pull a 6? Like, you know, it's something like, which one do you pull? Pickles is there, but like, Pickles is like more AP generous than 6 by like a little bit, because 6 just needs to use like just one skill to like be helpful. He doesn't like, I don't even have to use a lot of 6 abilities. You know? Whereas like Shemaine, well, wait, Shemaine is not AP friendly. Unless you're just going to use the one skill on Shemaine and not maximize his Nature's Blessing and try to maximize the damage on his ult. Shemaine is not AP friendly. At all. But if you're trying to maximize damage, Shemaine should actually outperform 6 in a B's favorite lineup. The problem is that Shemaine was... the problem with Shemaine is that if, like... It depends on, like, how do you want to use Shemaine? Like, why would you, like, okay, so for instance, let me see, I'm gonna ask for permission real quick for something. I gotta ask permission real quick for something. Anyways, Lilia. Wait, well, maximizing the damage in the context of raids means you may not have to go into later turns, or it gets harder and harder to survive. The turns don't really matter. It's how much damage you're doing. So, like, hold on. It's not the turns, it's how many health bars you cleared, by the way. So actually, the more damage you do, the more challenging it gets, is what it is. But no, what I'm saying is like if you're putting Shemaine there, like Shemaine's an AoE character like in a raid anyways. But like why would I put Shemaine if I'm trying to be AP friendly and like not really use his ult as much, because like the character wants to ult spam. So like I don't think like he's like, you know, necessarily the better option. It's just we're talking like a more universal character. If Spathia, like I did a Centurion Shemaine team, and like they both did 500,000, whereas like Spathia can do 1 million on her own. Plus 6's intelligence. What were you referring to, Triboli? I'm sorry. Did you say something earlier about it? Or just that the fact that he is. Hold on, Shiro. You're saying, hold on. Don't say anymore. Because, like, that's a... Hold on, that's a wild take. I gotta put this one up on screen. Because you just said a wild thing. You said a wild thing to me. I gotta see this. You just said percent. You said Shemaine's debuff actually does a whole lot more percent-wise than all of 6 combined. Come on, bro. You're talking about if I level 3 this skill and I increase damage taken by 30% and reduce their mental and reality defense by 15%, that's better than what everything of what 6 does? The crit defense, the reality defense, mental defense, blind, disorient, lacerate, with also having the penetration rate, the incantation rate, the mental defense, reality defense, cure, reflect, empower, incantation? You're saying this, which this increased damage taken, like, is like cool, but like, you're saying just these 2 things is better than all of this? And you have to level 3 this debuff, whereas 6 can just do it at level 1? No, but we're talking the character. We're not just talking the debuffs. We're talking the character. So if you're specifying, I'm sorry, I did not catch that. But no, you cannot just compare. We're comparing the characters. We're not comparing the debuffs. No. We're not comparing debuff to debuff. We're comparing character to character. Like that would be a silly thing to compare half of 6's kit to the whole of Shemaine's kit. Like you can't compare half of 6 to the full Shemaine. Like that's just not. Like you're literally having to nerf 6 to compare him to other characters. Well, if we, as a whole, I did specify that Shemaine will outperform 6 in a Beast favorite lineup. But like, okay, so in a Beast favorite lineup, like, sure, he provides more damage. But like, I think the statement we said at first was that 6 is the best 4th man. Because from what I remember, you said that 6 doesn't actually maximize the damage of a DPS, and then you're saying, well, if it's a play disadvantage, it's better to use Shemaine in a Beast favorite lineup. Okay, sure. So if this was a plant favorite lineup, you would say you would use Anna and Lee over 6? Because I'm counting that we'd automatically have Bjorn Bloom, right? It's like in the plant favorite lineup, like let's say we have like the poison team, right? We got Sotheby. I'm just gonna put Bjorn Bloom here. We're gonna have Diggers be our changeling. Right? So this is a poison team, just Diggers is changeling. So you're saying it's better to have Anna and Lee than 6? The discussion was saying that, well, I don't know what we're discussing now. I'm losing track. But the conversation was saying that 6 is not the best fourth. I think the conversation was that 6 is not the best fourth man. Because I was claiming that 6 is the best fourth man. Kazar said, Shemaine's biggest point is to provide those sweet debuffs. If spamming ult is an illusion, he could at most ult back to back for like 2 turns and reset his cycle. Ult spamming Shemaine is a DPS, which needs more investment into portraits. And 6, Flush as debuffs also expires after 2 rounds. So when your desire / debuff ran out, you'd have to roll the dice to get it back unless you're spamming a skill more consistent. But that's the thing, Kazar, is like you can do either like 1 AP to get 2 debuffs, or you could do two separate spells to apply 4 debuffs. That's the thing, is like 6 is interesting because you only really need to do level 1 of his skill. So like if you're like pre-buffing a turn and you want to apply 6 buffs next turn, if you have 2 copies of his buff, you do 1 AP, you do 2 different APs for it instead of combining them, and you now have at the end of that turn, you will have 5 buffs of his, and that next turn you will apply the 6th. Like, and with debuffs, that's a DPS loss, not in a raid. Pre-buffing like first round or every other few rounds is not that much a DPS loss, especially depending on the characters that you have. You're gonna have to take a turn to do some setup. Anyways, you got to build up Moxie. There's no way you're doing insane for what I showed you. There's no way you're doing that much damage on first turn. Like, you're not doing that much damage. Even if you're doing a poison team, you still have to set up. You got to set up your debuffs. You have to at least take a turn to do setup. Like unless you guys on turn 1 are trying to maximize you 30k, like, nah. Because like what buffer out here is really doing that much on the first like 2 turns? Yo, it's good, Resident. A Melania Shemaine med pocket and another subcarrier of your choice? Yeah, I don't even know what we're arguing anymore. A Melania Shemaine med pocket? Alright, String Doll. Yo, Tier here was good. But Kenobi, we're arguing about how good 6 is. And I think this, and Shiro on Twitch is arguing hard that Beast Team is better without 6. Yeah, the argument is that Beast Team is better without 6. And that the thing was said at first, well, the one thing I thought he was saying is that Shemaine's debuff was better than all of what 6 did. But then we clarified, because I was like, we're talking about Shemaine versus 6. It's a nice change that you got there. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, bro? We're literally only talking raids. Yeah. We're literally only talking raids right now. We're only talking raids. I'm saying that 6 is the best 4th man because he can be put literally on any team and doesn't hurt it. He doesn't hurt any team by being a 4th man there.
Competition first, burning second.
Like, I don't think there's a problem with putting 6. If I'm doing raids, I don't see a problem with putting 6 on, like, every single one of my raid teams. That's where I consider him to be the best. Like, Rethuzadami, you do have a point. The raids have the lowest rewards in the game. Yes, you do have a point. But people like to, you know, talk about the raids. Because, like, I don't see why 6 is a problem. I don't see why 6 is a problem if you have such a crazy... Like, if your DPS is wild, like, 6 is just there, bro. You gotta say debuffs and buffs, though, Shiro. Gotta remember, we're talking debuffs and buffs. Wait, the marginal benefit for his debuffs becomes lower the higher level your units are? Exactly, Kenobi. That's why I literally started this. I tried to start this by saying we were talking raid teams, and I literally was saying we were talking healers versus shielders, and then we were talking like buffers and stuff like that. And I was like, we don't talk about 6 because he can do literally everything. Like, I was like, 6 does everything. Yeah, 6 is consistent. Like, he's a numbers guy. That's literally in his kit. His kit is consistent. Like, and actually, like, I mean, it's because he provides crit defense. He provides, like, I mean, even if you're a crit character, he helps out a crit character. But like utility-wise, 6 provides more because he's not just a buffer. He's not just a debuffer. Like, can we agree on that? Like, if you have a 1 unit, we can talk about 1 unit, what they give in a, what 1 unit comes close in terms of utility, who can do an incantation buff, a cure to help heal you if you need it, passively, without having to worry about your healer doing it. You got reflect for a little extra Genesis damage. You said the incantation buff buffs you in reality, mental defense as well. Can debuff the enemy with crit defense. Increase the reality and mental damage that they take. Also puts the blind and lacerate. Also, does blind and disorient, which lowers the damage that you take from the enemies, which will help you as you go higher up into the raid Like all of that is like lowering the damage you take, providing some heals, providing some extra damage. Like all just in the crit. I mean, just all in the character's kit. Well, so like Kazar, so like to help answer your question, if I'm doing this team, right? If I'm doing this team, so you'd prefer.
Shall I ask the enemy for their tactics?
So like obviously like you're saying like this would be better, right? Like you're like saying like Bjorn Bloom instead? Or like are you saying like Anna and Lee? Like what character would I use instead of 6 on this team? Let's see. Debuffs while the other unit only needs 1 AP per 2 turns, and the other unit can actually deal consistent damage to clear out the skill cards. No, I'm talking to Kazar. Kazar is saying in this setup he feels like it's a DPS loss to use for like let's say I don't have Shemaine on this account, right? But he's like he feels it's better to use somebody else because it's a DPS loss to use 6, even though I don't really see that because like 6 provides like a lot more, especially when you get into the later stages, because he helps you not use as much heals on your med pocket, so he actually doesn't make it AP like crazy. Like it's just wild. Like also like I don't know. I think some of y'all like also like I don't know how many of you have actually like seen the characters like in action though. I don't know how many people have actually seen the characters in action, but you know, it's whatever. The people will be people. I don't mind having a discussion. Once we start insulting people and people like start hating like, you know, being in the streams, then like then we will stop having as many discussions as this. Yeah, as long as we're civil. Said Svadlidia, Shemaine, Bjorn Bloom, and Tooth Fairy? Kazar, that's actually funny enough, that's actually not a better team. Kazar. If we're talking about Perspathedia. Because now you don't have a burn. Now you don't have Ulu to provide burn to the other units to get free crit rate to Spathedia to provide consistency. And she also gives a damage dealt buff, right? And then you're, you know, of course you're relying on your Tooth Fairy. In the later stages, I hope without having somebody protect you with either a sturdiness buff or something like that. Yo, Pablo, just give me a sec, bro. We're in the middle of a discussion. I saw what you said. But like in the, I hit the wrong enemy. I should attack that one. But like in the later rounds of the fight, like Tooth Fairy, like especially like some of the boss fights, like Tooth Fairy just doesn't protect your team from like taking damage.
Let's kill time together.
Well, Ulu's not. Well, Ulu's a weird character. She's also a character that's like, it just depends on how much investment you have in your Espadia. Well, no, I'm not comparing Ulu to Six at all. Literally, the only reason why Ulu is here is because I'm using, like, if I was literally using any other character, I wouldn't use Ulu.
Ready?
But like, it's also good that she was on the same banner as Espadia, because as of right now, we don't have any, like, you know, flame characters.
Ablaze.
But like, also you have to think about it. Espadia is a setup character, right? So Espadia being a setup character, taking like a turn to like pre-buff is actually really beneficial to the character, because she wants that. She wants to have a turn to set up. You don't, to like really maximize everything with her. It's really good to just like kind of honestly just take your time.
Wear gloves.
So with what you're saying, you don't. So okay. So from what I'm hearing you say, you don't actually think. Wait. So are you saying you don't think Six is a good character?
Sterilize.
Or you don't? Yeah. You don't think Six is that good of a character?
Get out of here.
Yeah. Grand Orchestra, like, it's been shown on paper a lot of times that Grand Orchestra is not better. So wait, but Shiro, in a but okay, I think we need to stop talking about this because like, I think we're gonna have to stop talking about this because I can't see, I can't see from y'all's point of view, like, because I'm not really seeing it. I'm not really seeing it, and I don't know like how much. I don't know, like, I'm really having a trouble like seeing from point of views because I don't understand how if a character can provide healing without healing, providing extra tank and providing a little extra damage and providing debuffs to an enemy all in one kit is bad for a fourth character in a raid flat. I don't really understand it. I don't see it. So like, and like y'all are mentioning like, oh, this is better to use another character. Maybe I'm too dumb. But I don't see how that at all is bad in any way. Because like, what's crazy is all these characters you're arguing with Six can work with them and not conflict with them at all as well. Like, Six can work with every single one of those buffers, and then you can use a healer and a DPS and still be fine. You can do Six Shemaine, healer, and a DPS and still do the same team. So then how is Six bad? But a lot of you are saying to use like any other character. Like, there's no way I'm gonna use an Ann and Lee over Six. There's no way. Like, if I'm comparing the two characters, I have both of those characters. There's no way. But like, I could do a team with like Melania, Pickles, Tooth Fairy, 6. I'm beating content. Right? Like I'm beating content with that. Again, if a character can do a lot, then that is a good character. And he's intellect. So he can fit literally anywhere. He's intellect. But anyways.
Sterilize.
Yes, the Corn Bloom is great for reality, but what if you're not doing reality content? Like I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't see it. I don't see it. There's something I'm obviously missing. So like I don't know.
Get out of here.
Benefit from reading. Learn from silence.
Witness my victory!
No. Characters. The only character that let me double check myself. So Shemaine, he provides an increased damage taken and a reality and mental defense by 15%. But he still increases the 30% damage taken. So I think that's the one that conflicts, probably. Now that I look at it a little bit deeper. Well, at level 1, his is better. If you apply the debuff, his is better. Because he also does crit defense. So, but imagine if you had both of them together. You would still have damage taken, crit defense, and then a reality defense, right? Like, But like, I guess the thing is like, so if I'm looking at like what I have here, right? So let's talk about if we're using Shemaine. Now that I've like calmed down. So like using Shemaine here. If you're using Shemaine, you increase damage taken by 30%. So 6 can apply a higher reality and mental defense to the character, right? But you have to level 3 Shemaine's skill, right? So let's take that into account. And like keep that in the mind. That you don't actually increase the reality and mental defense, but you can increase the damage taken, but you have to do level 3 on it. If you combine that with 6, his debuff can apply a 30% defense and 20% of this, so that he will actually override Shemaine because his will be better, right? That's just what it is. And then they'll take and then laceration when the enemy is attacked, they suffer extra genesis damage based on the enemy's attack, right? So like that's a little extra damage in there as well. Nothing crazy, right? But you have to also consider, like, with that, he's also providing penetration rate he could also in that same turn possibly be providing penetration rate and incantation might, right? If we were to put a team with like Shemaine and use like Pickles, like sure, yes, you can do damage dealt, right? That could be huge. But like in a team where you're using Shemaine and Pickles together, I believe one of them's going to be taking extra damage. Right? One of them's going to be taking extra damage. So like, you know, you're going to have to possibly heal more with that. If we're doing like, you know, if we're trying to, you know, do harder content, you have to think about that. If you're doing, I can't remember if it's these two. No, they'd be fine. I think it's... I can't remember. But if you're using, like, Shemaine and Ann and Lee, right? Now, you have a character, like, now with Ann and Lee, she has the, like, mass buff, damage dealt plus 30% and damage taken by allies if you get to this level of 3. That's where a character where, like, yeah, that's a really good, character to use. You like lowers the amount of damage taken, everything like that. So like sure, like in that one case, like if you get this buff up to level 3, like, you know, and that's what she provides. But like in terms of the defense though, like 6 is providing, you know, damage dealt. I mean crit defense as well. You know, so it's like whatever you like value more. But, like, it seems like a lot of these other supports, I think the point I'm trying to get at is a lot of these other supports have to get up to level 3 on their skills to really be significant. But yeah, let's guys, let's talk about something else. Cause like, yeah, I don't think we're ever gonna agree on this. We're never gonna agree on this. Let's just move on. Because like arguing that one character is better than a character in a specific comp is not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing that the character is way more flexible than any other support and can do more than just buff because he can also debuff. And we're never going to agree because then people will be like, well, you know, in this situation, you could use this. In this situation, you could do that. Whereas, like, because if I were to advise, because like I'd put it simply as this. If I were to advise somebody to pull for the next upcoming banners and you were limited on pulls, are you gonna pull Shemaine or 6? If you wanted a support on your account, are you pulling Shemaine or 6? Like, if you were in my shoes as a content creator, and you have to talk to min-maxers, free-to-play players, whales, and, like, whoever, and you were asked a question of, would you rather pull Shemaine or 6? Who are you going for? We did derail from wanting better choosers. Or are y'all saying just don't pull him at all? Are you pulling Shemaine or 6? Or if you're just looking at a support. Because, like, if you're on your account and you're like, well, Because there's people who are still wanting Anne and Lee. There's people who are thinking about getting Shemaine. People getting another character. $1.4. But like, let's say that there's characters that could be better than 6. But then that means you have to pull more characters, like Fire Monkey kind of just said. Even Shiro just said. If at P0 you'll go for Shemaine over 6? Wow. Okay. You're personally skipping 6 because you're focusing on 2 of Platuses. You don't have resources, so you're going to be doing neutral damage. So Kazar, if you were in my point of shoes, you would tell people if you're having to decide between P06 and P0 Shemaine, you would tell people to save up for P0 Shemaine? Is that what you're saying? Because that was what my question was. If you were in my shoes as a content creator and you had to answer the question for people, which would be more worthwhile for their accounts? Because you have to give a general statement. You can't look at every single one of your viewers' accounts. You're going to give a general statement. Who would be more beneficial for your account? Would it be P0 Shemaine or P06? You're going to tell people to go for P0 Shemaine. Okay. Alright. Yeah, then we can't have this discussion. Oh. Yeah, I can't really like. Yeah, I'm kind of done on the subject. Like, we're not gonna get anywhere. Yeah, we're not gonna get anywhere. Well, yeah, I'm never gonna get like mad or upset. Like, people feel how they want to feel, but like, I always like. That's why like the reason why I say what I say. Well, if we're talking. If we're talking, 6 is divine. Well, 6 is design versus Shemaine. Like, I've always said, 6 looks like a background NPC character, and the reason why people aren't going to pull for him because they hate the way that he looks. So people are going to go for Shemaine anyways. I mean, that's just a true statement. Unfortunately. not only to get to me, but like obviously like there's been more and more and more discussions where like we just have a lot of people with different points of view. And like before it gets uncivil, like it's better to just like cut it off. Because like, bro, like they're like I don't like I have this like kind of thing with a lot of gacha players, especially ones who aren't like, well, first off, I'll say this. I've been in Oh, bro, I was like, the hell is that noise? Okay. I've been in like 30 different like gacha game like discords, and all of them hate content creators, right? They all hate content creators. They're like, content creators never know what they're talking about. Content creators are dumb. They don't actually like try to help the people. Which, like, I'll admit, there's a lot of content creators who sometimes don't know what they're talking about. I'll call out mistakes if I say one, or I'll like be like, yo, thanks for the correction. Whatever, like, right? I can humble myself and just be like, yo, I made a mistake. But when a lot of people like give advice and stuff like that, I want people to think about before they like make a lot of statements, you have to, like, me being the one that's on the spotlight right now, like I have to be careful of like things that I say in terms of like what is best, like what is this and that, because like everybody has like different different ways they even play the game, right? And so like you have to consider like everything. You also have to think like if you can't literally look at other people's accounts, like you have to think of like, you know, general based things too. Because like I feel like a lot of min-maxers assume that everyone re-rolled and got the same characters as them. I don't think a lot of min-maxer players actually think about like how another person's account like went, being that they might not have gotten the same characters as them. Like I just don't think a lot of people look at other points of view, I guess is what I'm saying. Like they look at their point of view as being right and correct, and they don't think like, well, like what if this person has another character, or what if their main is this? They'd be like, well, that's dumb. Why would you ever use that character? How dare you? How dare you not use S tier characters, triple S tier characters? They not do this. So it's like that's why like lately I kind of changed my content around of kind of saying a lot more like general based content, because like I realized that it's just a lot more beneficial to help people out general wise. Like the same reason why, like I know in my heart that Black Dwarf does more damage than Eternity, right? I know that. But like if there's a free-to-play player who's stressing out and they're like, bro, I can't afford to get Black Dwarf, but I already have an Eternity. I don't want to be a min-max player and be like, well, good luck doing raids because Eternity sucks in damage, bro. So you better hope that you get Black Dwarf. Like, how can I say that? Versus telling a person, well, hey, bro, like, actually, like, you know, with the character being in the same Afflatus type, you could possibly skip that character and like save yourself the trouble, you know, because like pulling for a character that you already have in that same Afflatus and stressing yourself out would just make that just make you probably want to quit the game, not really want to mess with it, you know. But like that's like stuff I have to look at. But I do appreciate the like Wait, Eternity gets power creep? Well, it's not a turn. It's not exactly of how Eternity gets power crept. It's about how you're using the unit. In a multi-target situation, I don't like using Black Dwarf at all. Eternity does more AoE damage. Eternity does more AoE damage than Black Dwarf and hits more units. But Black Dwarf hits those units harder, being she's a single target character. She also can do a follow-up attack, and she can also do her stats. But also, it's a standard banner character that started at the start of the game that's like a new character. I put a video out recently showing that like the portraits of the different characters there's shifts in how they do the portraits, and there's a portrait power creep. So it's really hard for a standard banner character to keep up with new characters if they're going to keep shifting which portraits are important to other characters and which characters have like crazier portraits. And I kind of called out that every single character since 1.0 on interacts with stacks in some kind of way, right? Like, Pickles has clarified, Melania has Phantom Thief, Jessica gets bonus damage with poison stacks, Shemaine has his Nature's Blessing, Black Dwarf has her planet stacks, 1.4 characters have Eureka, right? Between 6 and 37. Spathadia has like 3 different stacks that she gains on herself. And then also, Ezra's gonna have stacks. Those characters have other ways to amplify their damage. So it's like, when people compare the standard banner characters released, it's like obvious that those characters are completely different to the newer wave of characters. This is what happens in Gacha. But like, that's just the different patterns that I've kind of recognized in the game. Think people get fixated on raids since it's the most difficult content? Probably, but it also has the worst rewards in the game. And you can fight me on that. Raids have the literal worst rewards in the game. But, like, someone will argue, well, but it's like content, so... But it's so bad. The rewards are so bad. I hope we can all agree on that the raid rewards are terrible. They're just cool to do because they're challenging. But it's funny that they made the most challenging content have the worst rewards, but raids is what contributes to the most arguments, and it's it's just kind of interesting to me. Like, we'll argue all day about raids, but like, they're just terrible.
Ready, go! Ablaze! Get out of here! Fireworks!
Oh yeah, people look at I messed this up. Oh no, it's free to play. It's free to play. It's free to play friendly. Don't get me wrong. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the rewards suck. Just to clarify, are triple S rewards separate per boss? Yeah, I can show you. Give me a sec here. Trying not to die.
So much for warm-up.
But I am gonna die. Can't actually do...
Time for ears to listen.
Yo, Blazing Chaos, thank you for the sub.
Zero subscribe to your channel for 1 month.
I think I'm just gonna straight go for the boss, bro.
Come on, this is the one punch! Feel it! Feel the beating
the torch is lit.
The character's cool, but he just looks like a background NPC to me. And like, I kind of was just like laughing at him on this on stream. There we go. They were separate. That's kind of 9 days worth of PA runs, which isn't too much, but somewhat substantial. Can I save this, bro? I don't really think I can save this. I've refreshed 3 times and haven't gotten a heal. But anyways, I'm gonna show you these rewards. Yeah, he has his own charm, but like I've said, he's just like a great like background character because he looks like a background character. So the triple S rewards that you get, yeah, like you get the 30 of the like you get the pneumo analysis stuff, but like you have to think about it. This is like, it's 9 days worth, but it's over the course of like over 30 days, right? So it's like, to me, it's not as substantial. I guess like maybe someone could see it like having like a free 9 days, but like the raids are up for like, I mean, a long time. So like the amount of time you would like stress to get those like 3 extra days, like I feel like you could just like use a little extra stam to not even worry about it. Like I guess it's whatever you prefer. Because like again, any like all that stuff above a like, sure, like one person could say like, hey bro, it's free rewards. Yeah, but it's like something as a content creator where I'm like, hey, y'all need to get triple S. Like, no, not really. Because like I'm not gonna make somebody stress out and be like, oh man, like now I have to do all this research and look into what character's better and then spend more stam and more materials to level up a character to get to triple S. Like that doesn't make sense. If your account was already ready because you've been looking at those raids since they came out on 1.4 and you've already prepped your account, then you're not having to spend extra resources. But to tell somebody to spend extra resources to get shit resources is wild. That's where it doesn't make sense to me. Where it's like, yo, bro, like I need to get raid ready. Like I need to get this, and that, bro. It's like, no. Limbo rewards bit more rewarding? Exactly. So, like that's like again, that's my thing. And there's not I haven't found a triple like S like medal or anything. It was just for beating like S, I think. Do raids take activity or do they have their own stamina? You can do raids. Well, you don't have. So you have this thing that you clear to help give you, like the damage amount that you want to put into this, right? Out of 3, so you have 3 chances to try to get up to, I think the 250 million, or whatever. Or this is for your medal. I've never paid attention to this, but I know it helps boost this. But anyways, you can do raids however many times you want, however long. I can always go into it. It's free content. It's a way for you to test your character. I think that's going to be something that's going to be really fun, because like that's where people can try out their different teams. If you like to level up with a bunch of different units, you can do a lot of different things, right? You can, like, a lot of people are wanting to try out their sweethearts or pavias and everything like that. To where it's not like other games where it's like, oh, you only can do 3 attempts to do it. But the thing is, do be mindful, like once you hit the rank, there's like no other reason to do it unless you're doing it for fun. Does it mean apart from Limbo, there's no real need to level characters? Like, what do you mean, like, level characters? Like, well, at least for me, I'm a bit more motivated to try SS on all 3 bosses now that I know it's separate. Since that means I'll get an extra gluttony every 3 patches. See, that's a free-to-play take. Because saying you get a free gluttony every 3 patches, I'm like, what? That, to me, that's wild. Because that's also... like, you could have just used that amount of stam and gotten it way quicker. Like, that 9 days worth, you could just use stam to do it. So, like, that has to be a free-to-play take to where, like, I've never been that free-to-play to be grateful for having a free gluttony every 3 patches, because that's 18 weeks. Waiting 18 weeks for a free gluttony is wild. In my head. Like, actually sitting there and thinking about it. Like, since you put it to math like that in my head, I'm like, I wouldn't even, like... I wouldn't even see it that way. That, to me, that's so wild. But, again, if you're free to play, those are the things that you look at. Gerald, I have 5 gluttony. I don't even know which cube to use it. Yeah. It's really hard to decide what, where you want to use your gluttonies, honestly. Let's see, who do I want to farm for? I should probably still just farm the event. Make sure to clear it out. Funny because I do spend, but I just enjoy maximizing rewards where possible. Well, yeah, but like... it depends on where your account is at. As a spender, like... as a spender, Triple S was going to happen to you regardless. So, like, I'm not really, like, thinking about that. Like, you were going to most likely Triple S as a spender. If you've spent the right way and you spent your money, like, you know, I guess, in a way, smart, you were going to Triple S regardless.
We walk in long nights. Learn from silence.
It's been done. Free-to-plays have reached Triple S. But also, I'll be honest, like, when the raids pulled up in 1.4, it was because they got the banner characters. So. Or they just have, like, remember, CN, like, also has high invested accounts. Most players I meet on CN all have characters that are I3, like, level 60 or level 30. With, like, res 10. They aren't slacking on any character. So if you're going to be free-to-play trying to get Triple S, you're going to have to maximize the levels of your characters to really help that out. There is hope. Yeah. You would have to, like, look at the bosses and see, like, what was, like, on the boss roster, which, like, a lot of people want me to do the raid video, but, like, I don't know if I want to do it so soon because, like, 1.4 is so far away. But, like, I mean, if you ask me the question, I can tell you. But, like, I don't know if I want to do, like, in a video, because it's just going to be lost in translation on the algorithm. It's not going to really do too well. I feel like it's just better to just, like, answer the questions here in the streams. But, like, or was that one guy who got Triple S on a boss with Leilani, Darlie, Tooth Fairy, and 6? But yeah, but guaranteed he had max, like, he definitely maximized somewhere on those characters. Like, there's no way, like, you're just doing Leilani, Darlie, Tooth Fairy, and 6 without maximizing in some way on those characters. And also having a ridiculous knowledge of the boss and the characters, and probably a lot of restarts as well. I can't remember Kenobi, if you want to be honest. I never looked at it. I didn't really notice, because when I was doing it, when I was playing it in 1.4, I still wasn't super like, I was knowledgeable in the game, but I wasn't, like, thinking that, like, I wasn't thinking the bosses would have that distinction, right? That wasn't something that was really on my mind, to be honest. But like it's free to play, you can't get all the bosses in Triple S? No.
Until the torch is lit.
The main boss, the like lion looking one, I think free to plays are gonna struggle the most on that one because they won't have a flatus advantage. Yeah, Leilani can do it, but for how many restarts exactly? Like, I think the biggest problem will be the spirit lion boss. Since no one's gonna have a flatus advantage, like, until like 6, or only if you have 6, it's gonna be very difficult to like beat that boss. Unless you try to like maximize like X or something like that. Or you put more into your characters to try to like beat that, but it's gonna be a very hard battle. Don't go for Triple S free to play is my advice. It's not worth it. Nope, not at all. It's not worth a free to play pulling their hair out for Triple S. It's the Hydra, it's mineral.
Victory secured. I should excuse myself.
How important is Jessica coming? Obi-Wan Kenobi, he says, it's not like we have a choice. How important is Jessica coming? This will probably spark another argument.
Until the torch is lit. Learn from silence.
As much as I love Poison, Jessica's not a must-pull character. Yo, congrats on the Judas. Jessica's not a must-pull. Oh, sorry. The boss is Mineral Afflatus. So it's a star beneficial boss. So I think this game needs more fan service. Nah. I think it has a respectable level of design on the characters that still leaves a lot of people's thoughts. I really don't like games that put it all out there. I really don't. Actually, like, if they're gonna have a good-looking character, I'm kind of like, you know, you can show some leg here, cleavage here, like, maybe, like, a low-cut dress and everything like that, but when you just, like, show, like, everything, like, I think you lose a lot more of that specialness in the game. Because, like, the game has characters that people really like, while most of them being, like, fully clothed, just because they designed the characters well and have good art. But having, like, ridiculously large boobs and, like, showing, like, a little bit of panty and stuff like that, like, I think that changes the type of game that you have. Like, this game has a little bit of, like, classiness to it with the designs of the characters, especially jumping from different time periods. I think adding fan service is just, like, a really, like, cheap way of trying to add, like, an extra cash grab to people. Charlie does do AoE, so there is big possibility there. See, I'm just gonna use one more. Enemies should be weak to /plant next Limbo. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Yeah, Jessica definitely isn't must pull. Yeah, no. Yeah, Jessica's very strong, but she's not a must pull. Has there been any reruns for Jessica? No, not yet. They just reran Tooth Fairy with the outfit, so Jessica could be 1.6? Maybe. Maybe. She could be 1.6. No idea. It's good to know. I can skip Jessica then. I really want to get Shemaine and Black Dwarf. I really enjoy the character designs. Want cool units. Not TNA. There's Nikkei for that. Yeah, if you want TNA, like, that's what Nikkei... Like, Nikkei, like, thrives in that. Same here, kind of just like fan service and character design just feels too cheap. Yeah. I feel like they just lose a lot of quality in it. Like, some people says, like, that sells, right? Because Nikkei is selling. But, like, there's also, like, you know... I don't know. I just don't like it as much. Especially games that, like, sexualize, like, lowly characters. I think that's, like, pandering to, like, that's hinting at a certain group of people by sexualizing lowlies, and we're not going to get into that discussion, but, like, I've had that discussion in Blue Archive, and, like, you just meet a lot of people Like I remember there was literally a comment where a guy says, "Well, if the character looks like she's the character's like 15 and everyone knew she was 15." He's like, "Well, to me she looks 20. So she's 20 in my head." And I was like, I probably wouldn't have commented that out in public. But all right. You know, like there's just a weird group of people you meet, especially when you start having those like characters that are like super over sexualized. So like, yeah, I don't even want to like get into that. It's so weird. She's in the standard pool, yeah. She's in the standard pool, but like I mean, it's not bad if I lose my 50-50 to her. Because I have where is she at? Sotheby. I really want to pull Jessica because I like her design, but I don't know if I'll have enough for BD. I need mineral coverage because I only have Sinetto. Oh yeah. One of the main reasons I don't take part of the enemy. Yeah. Yeah, bro, like I've met a lot of weird people over the course of like the 2 years. 2 years I've done like gacha content. Like there's some weird people out there, dog. Like there's some weird people. Like I guess it's just the audacity. Like it's the things that some people say out loud, and I'm like, do y'all not like? Do you not hear like? And especially that you typed it. It's one thing if you just like say it like whatever, and you're just like I'm just playing. But like if you type it, you actually thought about that and then typed it out and then hit like send. Like you know you hit like probably like that. That's what's crazy. Is that you actually like were really committed to like that. So like you really truly feel that way. So yeah. Some people are just weird, bro. Some people are just weird. This is my friend. Oh, what it would be to have his account. Hold on, I'm gonna check on my kid. I'm gonna show y'all a wilderness. I'm about to dip. Not dip, but like be right back. It takes a while to load. It's a lot of items to load. So y'all can stare at this. I'll be right back. Um, I do believe the amphitheater. Well, actually, I'm not sure about the amphitheater because I feel like it was in the game now. I think God. This is 1.1, 1.2, 1. You see he has it in a star, right? He's actually changed it. That's crazy. He's actually changed it. But this is 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. This is 1.4. Or maybe this is 1.4. I feel like this is 1.4. And I know this is 1.5. Uh Now, with our discussion on 6 versus Shemaine, even though it sounded like we didn't get to an agreement, I think for sure y'all did answer a question for me. So there's a lot of you who prioritize having damage over like some survivability. By your offense is your greatest defense, right? To where like you're maximizing damage to try to clear it out versus trying to be safe. So you kind of answered the question to where it's like there's not really any content where you guys are going to use a shielder. So if Ezra literally isn't a shielder and does a crazy buffer, he's going to be a skip. Because we already were saying that healers are better than the shielders, but a lot of you are prioritizing over maximizing damage. So like Ezra, if Ezra literally doesn't do something that helps out like a specific like set of characters, Ezra's gonna be a big skip. Just from hearing a lot of different takes on people. And it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting to see. I'm really now interested to see the kit. Because I feel like Ezra has to Ezra has a lot of things that he's gonna need in order for people to really see the characters to be strong. Let me go grab something to snack on real quick. I just knocked over my water. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah. Yeah. It is the problem is that every single 6-star that's been released has been good. Like every single 6-star that released has been good. But you are right, Shiro. For people who want Ezra, they will pull Ezra regardless of what Ezra does. But it would just be wild because like you said, Pranav, like every single character's been solid. I'm getting like okay. This one person was blowing me up in my DMs. But I told them to send it in account reviews. Because if y'all want me to like look at y'all's accounts, don't like message me directly. Put it in account reviews. Because like I don't want like to have to open up my DMs and go through them to find like people's stuff. And I also don't want 60,000 DMs. What? Facts, because I don't like Tenant Shields, but I don't use her because I don't really like her as a character. Riz. Facts, because I don't like Tenant Shield. Wait, no. I literally read the same person. Riz, I mean, if Ezra is the first rate up banner as a tank, then I do think the content will absolutely change. I think well, but is it gonna change like I don't know if there's any Hoyo players. I don't know if there's any Hoyo players, but y'all remember in the patch with when they added Kokomi? That's when they added Corrosion in Genshin. And then it suddenly made Zhongli not the like best like character sort in the game because like he couldn't protect you from it. So like Hu Tao mains were like crying for a little bit because they had to now bring a healer instead of like using a shielder. I don't know if they're gonna do something like that where it's like I mean, you can look at it with this boss here. He does anti-heal, which I think that's why they have Ezra. He does anti-heal, like a 50% reduction. And I think it's well, I don't know what the reduction is, but it stacks. It's a huge like reduction of healing, and it makes the healings like useless. Funny as I'm doing spoilers right now while watching. Yeah. Possible, maybe people will be forced to use more defensive teams because of difficulty content. Yeah, this boss right here right now is using anti-heal, so like a straight healing character would not do as great with the anti-heal if you can't purify it a lot. Like I'll show you. I'm gonna do an auto team real quick. To a super safe team. The bosses for raids keep changing, or are they just the same 3?
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
The first one was they've changed one boss per set. 1.4 had Hydra. Then it had the headless maiden chick, whatever. And then it had this lion guy here. This raid setup, they did the boss from 1.1 event
From silence.
and the main, and then the third one's going to be the Hydra. So it seems like they're going to start rotating in the new event bosses to where we'll have a lot more raid bosses, which I hope they keep doing. That will be sick. So yeah. Yeah, the boss is fire.
The scale of your soul has tilted. The balance needs to be restored.
But somebody said the main problem with tank units is when a lot of the constant has a damage check due to round limits. Yeah, Shiro, that is true. Pattern follows me, we'll get Jessica as a raid boss in 1.6. Yeah, that would be cool.
Maximize the value of dumbasses. Welcome to the world of numbers.
I mean, a raid boss version of that would be interesting. It'd be very interesting. But that would also be a purify heavy battle, because I assume she'd be doing crazy poisons and debuffs.
Wonder what kind.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they force people into more defensive teams, because with the what's really interesting is I don't know if a lot of people know, but CN has also started shifting into doing a lot of double healers in content. Like there has been a significant rise in the amount of healers people are using. So a shielder healer is definitely something I see coming in the future.
Wonder what kind. Wonder what
It's not a big shift, but it's been some I've been hearing some talkings, some double healer, and kind of double survival characters in raid stuff like that, because like of how much damage they're taking.
Stay balanced.
Definitely see New Babel going up. Yeah, like, and I think like that's where you know, not to get back on this topic again, but that's where characters like New Babel, possibly Ezra, you know, possibly Tenet, Six, have a lot more value because like of what they can provide. Yeah, the only problem with Tenet though is it only lasts one turn, so you gotta hope he doesn't do a follow-up. You gotta hope he doesn't hit you too hard. But yes, having the shield and the 20% damage reduction is wild.
Until the torch is lit.
Yeah, I think like once you start clearing these health bars, he starts to do anti-heal. I just don't want to do the battle. I'm really just stalling time until reset so I can check out the Limbo today and do a little bit of it,
The scale of your
because we've been streaming for a while, 4 hours and 30 minutes.
balance needs to be restored.
But I do want to do a little Limbo, because I do know CN Limbo is here. I know a lot of people were looking for it, but I really like talking about different topics as well. "37 as a character that gives herself sturdiness is so like interesting, right? Like I never would have thought. That's why like I don't really put 37 as like that DPS, because she has no damaging and she gives herself sturdiness. It's so odd.
We walk in long
Yeah, I really thought Limbo was gonna be here. I didn't think they were gonna do it on Saturday. Yeah, it's so long from now. What's crazy though, this next Limbo, I'm not exactly sure if I'm ready for it. And I wonder if there's gonna be something in there that's gonna sell Ezra. You know? Like, I'm wondering how they're gonna sell Ezra for the Limbo. Like, is it gonna be like what's gonna make it crazy? Is it gonna be the new Limbo that like wants you to have shielders, or what?
The scale of your soul has tilted. The balance needs to be restored.
A little trick. Right with
Oh my god, she got hit so hard.
The moment of silence.
1.4 is gonna be a mineral. It's gonna be a star advantage boss. It's gonna be a Hydra.
Don't blink.
Sans Limbo resets in 20 minutes. Yeah.
Haven't you eaten?
Is Matilda a good character? No.
I'm ready. Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
If I'm just being blunt, no. There's literally, you could literally use any other 5-star. Oh, you sent your account? Okay, here we go.
Right with
You're asking what DPS you should use? Ooh, wow, you really got a support heavy account. If you just started in the game, level up your... Alright, well, you'll need to do some pulls. But, use your Eagle, your Voyager,
The scale of your soul has tilted. The balance needs to be
and your Balloon Party.
benefit from
Yeah, level your Eagle, your Voyager, and your Balloon Party, and complete the content in the game. And I would go from there using you'll need to do some more pulls, but like complete story with Eagle, Voyager, Balloon Party. I haven't lost anybody yet. We're at A rank. Yo, we're at A rank on auto, bro. What's good? Damage immunity for tank ult. It's probably gonna be nuts, especially with taunt. Yeah, bro, that would be crazy. Yeah, in less than 20, we got CN Limbo reset.
The scale of your soul has tilted. The balance needs to be restored. Until the torch
I3X. What are you saying to I3 the X? Oh, using X? Oh, you're saying like to level into I3? I think if you're fighting I think if we get more spirit. Okay, well, if 6 didn't exist in the game, I think well, no. Actually, I'm not going to say that. Six is still kind of a niche character, I guess, in a way. Depends on the content that you're fighting. Because even if he does have a play disadvantage, it's probably better to use, like, literally another character. 6 is still a very specific one. But he has a 6 skin, so that kind of gives more of a reason to use him. And if I had the resources, I would level up X. Like, don't think I wouldn't. He's a solid character, but he's kind of falls into, like, the whole thing with, like, he kind of falls into the thing with A Knight, where it's like, you can use him, he's a very great character, but is there somebody else you can use over him? Because he does dispel counters, he does dispel stats up and stuff, he is a big dispeller. But, do you have someone that's possibly better than him on your account? For you, which are the best characters that synergize with Sonetto? Well, you can still do, you could still use your Eagle, because Sonetto is a universal buffer, so anybody can kind of go with her, honestly. She's just like a solid option.
Word sterilized.
Perfect argument. Welcome to the world of numbers.
I'm losing my patience. Oh, hi.
Yeah, it doesn't do it all in once. Yeah, I feel that. Actually,
Time for hunger.
for an auto at A+, this isn't the worst. Yeah, if he had a different skill split, he'd be pretty decent. Alright, I think this is where we die, guys.
The scale of your soul has tilted. The balance needs to be restored.
Because he's about to ult soon. Ooh, unless we... Oh, we broke the shield. Yo!
Wonder what time.
We actually broke that shield, dog.
To the world of numbers.
Yo, swear, are we gonna get S on an auto?
A little trick. Oh.
Oh, there's a bubble.
Bedtime. Swallow my
We have 50k to go. His X burst removes 2 Moxie, and his I3 makes his burst have his character on top of his defense. Yeah, I'm not saying he's a bad character, but like I said, like it depends on I don't know. He's like a character where it's like he's solid, but do you have somebody to use over him? Like if you really don't, and you're wanting a Moxie heavy like control, because like remember there are different teams you can make. Like if you want a Moxie control team, you could absolutely throw X in with like somebody else's Moxie control and completely stop an enemy team from doing. This is why PvP probably won't be in a game, but like you could absolutely stop somebody from like gaining an enemy from gaining ult by just like building the right team. X could literally dispel all the buffs, reduce the Moxie. Now they can't ult, they're weaker, and then like boom, right? Too many units that do too many crazy things.
freaking dumbass.
That's why I like the game. But then again, counter meta would anger people if we had PvP in R99, even though that's what people keep asking for. I see it a lot. People want PvP for this game so bad.
Get out of here.
Alright, we need to do 6k more to get S rank. Voyager be cracked in PvP? Yeah. Voyager and New Babel. Any alternative for X in your opinion? No, no, considering that he's a 5-star, he does really well for everything you just said. Because the thing is, you have to like look at it from like there's no 6-star who has what he can do. Until we get a 6-star, he does what he does. And there's not really an alternative. Click? Click does what X does? Or similar? Does he? The only thing I know about Click is his reality damage reduction. He is blind. Nah, he doesn't remove Moxie though, like X. It takes his attack level 1, because like the Fool does the same Moxie removal as he does. Yeah, if you see PvP in a gacha game nowadays is a deal breaker. Yeah, it's just like really like it's really ridiculous, bro. Especially when there's like insane rewards. Look at that. Well, yeah, but I was talking about like at the same level as X, right? Because like my character, the Fool that I love, he also removes Moxie, but he also has a taunt that does corrosion and has a like mass ult, you know. So he's like, I would use the Fool over Click in certain situations. You know what I'm saying? I feel like most gacha games are ruined because of PvP, because the power creep and meta becomes more pronounced, leading to a more toxic fan base. Yeah, I've seen that. If there's PvP, the Moxie control characters would raise its stock. It'll be unfair to other characters. Bro, I told y'all, if we're having PvP, if we're having PvP, I'm gonna get new Babel, 30, 37. I'll get like a Voyager and probably new character Ezra. We're gonna stack up shields. You're gonna get taunted by my Babel, get follow-up attack. By 37 is gonna hit your team with Genesis damage. And then like we're just gonna be a counter heavy shielded Genesis team, bro. That's what I would do. I'd be toxic. I'd be so toxic, bro. Like, that's what I'd do. I would shield up heavy, have counter, so that way if you hit me with an AoE attack, you're gonna get hit for like so much counter damage. Like, bro, like, yo, what's good, Cameron? Like, bro, like, that's what I'm gonna do. You could toss a balloon party, so even when they get your team low, just get all the way up. You could do that. I could, if Ezra, depending on what Ezra, the only reason why I threw in Ezra, because Ezra's another shielder, but you could replace Ezra with balloon party if you wanted, and just heal all the way up, like you said, when they get low. For real. Saint, you said you still have something to do with your account, bro? What do you mean, man? What do you mean? You think PvP would be fun? You don't need to play it to play the PvE content? Yeah, but PvP, to want people to do it, you gotta have rewards, meaning people are gonna have to play it, meaning there's gonna be a leaderboard to entice people to play it more, and then like then you're gonna have to determine like who goes first, and you're gonna have to have gear and all that stuff like that. I added my account to Discord if you wouldn't mind taking a look. I appreciate the info. See, hi, I was hoping for inside of my main, add some DPS, but also Sotheby built. Because I don't have medicine and miss balloon party. Should I proceed for Jessica or save for Black Dwarf? Or even 6? I'm 55 into pity with no guarantee and at 42 units as of now. Wait. Oh, no, you're not saying units. You're saying, okay. This is your account. You got new Babel, Vicurion Bloom. Vicurion Bloom. You got P3 Charlie. So you got, okay. Wait, what? Okay. Wow, you have A-Knight, Voyager. Wait, okay. You have Melania, Eternity, Tooth Fairy, Sotheby, Voyager, A-Knight, New Babel, and Vicurion Bloom. So you have already some good stuff, and you got the Knight in case you need them. You want to get, if you get Jessica, your plant team is, if you get Jessica, your plant team is like, you have more of a reason to get Jessica than you do Black Dwarf, personally. Because you'll have a complete team with Sotheby, Vicurion Bloom, and Jessica. If you get Black Dwarf, you don't really have, personally, just saying, you don't really have a Black Dwarf, like, kind of ready. Like, you can use Sonetto, but, like, a lot of people wanted to pair Black Dwarf with Pickles, right? So, and you already have the I3 level 30 Eternity. So that would be a waste of I3 materials if you just go summon a new mineral character. And if you're gonna skip Shemaine and you don't really have like Anna and Lee, but you have like you have a couple mental damage characters, I would probably go for 6. I'd say really like try to shoot for Jessica as much as you can. And then if you miss the 50-50, just save and get 6. Yeah, you can. Mm-hmm. Apple plus balloon party sounds good. Imagine those counter damage would kill the enemy. Yeah, exactly, bro. Well, I don't think. Well, see, the thing is that I think people leveled up their characters before they saw the new characters coming out. I don't think everyone saw the new characters coming out, and so they already leveled up their characters. And then they're like, "Oh snap! Someone else is coming in the new elements, right?" Like, not everyone did like big research for the game. So like, if they just would have played on global, and then they're like, "Oh, there is a CN version," right? And then they found out, yeah. Because remember, not everyone knows about CN. There's literally people who come to my stream every day who are like, yo, who is that character? Let's see, Saint. I'm thinking to get Jessica. I have enough for 50-50, but I'm really just unsure who to build right now. To look for in the future. I can tell you right now you don't have. I can tell you right now you don't have to get Jessica. If you like want me to tell you that. What portrait is your Bikuren Bloom, Saint? What portrait she be? She like 1, 2, 3, 5. How high is she? Portrait 2. And you already have an Anna and Lee and a Sotheby. Yeah, I mean, yes, you do have the Sotheby, and yes, you do have the Bikuren Bloom, but you also have a lot of other characters to where I think you can get a like. If you're worried about your pulls. If you're worried about your pulls, you can skip her. If you have the pulls to get her, you complete your plant team, right? Because the plant team hasn't changed at all. So like, but right, you have your pickle, so you're probably going for Black Dwarf as well. And that would probably like getting Jessica now. You'd have to hope to save. Because, like, I don't know if you're saving... I don't know what you're saving, but you already have Eternity. So, like, you could skip Black Dwarf, but I don't know if Black Dwarf is, like, a waifu that you have to get. You already have Centurion. You know, so Spad the Dia is up to you. But it's like, you already have a DPS. Like, well, not really a DPS, but you already have characters in every Afflatus. Black Dwarf is 1.3. Yeah, no problem, Cameron. The thing is, you're not all free to play? Oh. Well, I guess I could have guessed that. You have a lot of characters. I mean, does it help? Does it help me telling you that you have a good account? Does that help? Because like I don't necessarily see. I think if you get Jessica, you're fine. Because if you get Jessica, your account's literally perfect. You'll have you already have a star DPS, you have a beast DPS, you'll have a plant DPS, you have a spirit DPS, you have like you'll be perfect. Well, he doesn't act well, Murat, he doesn't have to go for 37 though. Who you should look for in the future? If you like 6 and 37, you can go for them. But you don't need 37. He has a P2 Charlie, he has a Lilia, he has a Regulus. Like he doesn't really, because you got to look at it from like multiple points of views. Send it in account reviews. Send in account reviews. You don't have to go for 37, but you can go for 37 if you want. 6 would be not a bad option, and because that would round out to where you have a character in every element if you want. But like that's also you pulling literally Black Dwarf 37, then 6. That's 3 back to back. And then you're probably gonna look at the thing is that for some people, that FOMO on Spathia is gonna hit y'all hard. Because y'all are gonna see Spathadia's kit, and some of y'all are gonna like fall short and be like, oh man, I accidentally pulled Spathia trying to go for Ulu. I'm like, bro, what? But I'd say just go for Jessica and then like probably go for 6. Yeah, Marat, like what you said. What'd you do in my position? You like the cover of this game? What would I do in your position? Literally round out my plant team and be done. Because Anneli, Bjorn, Bloom, Sotheby, and Jessica. It's a complete plant team. Skip Shemaine. I'd absolutely skip Shemaine. Because you already have a lot of supports that are like you already have a account that has decent supports. I would then like with your Eternity, because you got Pickles, I kind of want to tell you to go for Black Dwarf because like Black Dwarf is like really crazy. But also, like, oh, you're going for Black Dwarf? Yeah, okay. Now, 37 is the character that, I'm like, bro, at P0, I don't think at P0, 37 will impress a lot of people. As much as they like think, because by that time everyone's star characters will be kind of like maxed out, and to use a new one, like I don't know if like 37 will impress everybody. She's fun, she has a really cool kit, but I'm not sure if everyone will be impressed by her at P0, because there's like I think a lot of people are like really thinking like she needs portraits. So I'd probably say like, you know, if you like 37, get her. But I'm not sure there. But she's a cool character. 6 is a great general use character to have. So like I do suggest 6. 37 is the one you want to pull. Is one you want to pull while she's on raid up, so that when you off rate her in future banners, she gets more and more rewarding. Yeah, sure, but like I can't advise that to people though. P0 is only a sub DPS. Yes, exactly. I can't tell somebody to pull a character that way. If you off banner them, they can get the character in the future to be a lot better. Like I can't advise that to people like who don't have the funds. If you already have the funds, you're gonna get the character regardless. But if you're on the fence and not exactly sure, I can't tell you like, well, if you get the character, you can always like just win the 50-50 1.7 on, right? Like that's not really sound advice. That doesn't help everybody. You know what I'm saying? But I'd say if like depending on funds, like if you wanted a character, yeah, Jessica, Black Dwarf, and 6. Anybody else would just be extra if you could afford it. Because all the characters are great. Yeah. If you can afford those other characters, like sure. But those are like probably the main 3, I'd say. Do I ever do Black Clover content? I streamed Black Clover once when it first came out. Well, when it came out for global. I played it on the Korean version and I made some videos, but like I don't really like Black Clover mobile. I love the anime, but there are some things in Black Clover mobile I really don't like. And there's a lot more going on, so therefore I don't want to make content. I've been running Crit Centurion. with your res guys, but you still ain't critting? Yeah, because she's not a crit character. I think you're so I'll tell you this. I think what you should do, Saint, you do need some I3s, right? So you do need some I3s. I think because you have such a big roster, let's try to focus in, right? I think you should look at focusing your account probably geared towards, like, right now, like Limbo. So when Limbo resets, like, look at it. Like, so for example, the last one was what was it, guys? It was Beast and Mineral. You would want your DPS on those teams to at least be I3. If it's a problem for you, you can do I2 level 50, but in terms of like investing further into your account and your characters, like probably just gear it towards Limbo and then just focus yourself there, because then that'll also help you for raid content in the future. I'd say like use Limbo as like a guide, probably, of like the type of character you would level. Yeah. Hi Lux, I am free to play. My last pool was Tooth Fairy. You have 100 pools left. What should you plan to pull forward? We gotta build any other team sessions. But in terms of teams, if you're not critting with Straterian, well, I mean, she's not gonna crit every time, but having a Bjorn Bloom, Centurion, Tooth Fairy team is still not bad. Like beating the content, right? But yeah, Centurion's not gonna crit 100% of the time. She does not give you 100% crit. All right, so let's see your account. You have Druvis, A Knight, and Melania. The Balloon Party, Sinetto. You have no reason to pull Jessica. You already have your Druvis to do plant DPS. Just I3 her, and she will have crazy sustain. You got your Sinetto as a buffer. Oh, you have a Lilia too for star DPS. Why didn't you level up your Lilia? Maybe you didn't have the resources. So if you have plant content, for sure level up Diggers. Diggers is a solid character. Oh, you have Satsuki. Since you have your Druvis, I would level up your Satsuki, by the way. The Petrify team for Limbo content is really fun. It's an effective team, by the way. The next character to pull, since you don't have Mineral, I'd probably do Black Dwarf. Well, wait. You don't really have, actually. I'm debating between Shemaine and I'm debating between Shemaine and Black Dwarf for you. Like, Shemaine would be your support, but you could technically, like, use Diggers since you're free to play and not worry about Shemaine. Like, you have Diggers you can put into teams. You have Cure and Bloom you can put into your reality teams. So you could probably skip Shemaine and go for Black Dwarf. And then, I don't, as a free-to-play, I'm not exactly sure how I feel about 37. But I'd say since you don't have a lot of supports, you can go for 6. He's intellect, and you'll be able to get balance, please, for your A Knight and him. So that would give you a Sight Cube to use for both of them. That would be well worth leveling up. And A Knight gets a lot of usage in CN, especially with this Sight Cube. And then, yeah, I would wait there. I would probably just go for Black Dwarf and 6. And then I'd probably just maximize the A Knight so you can go a lot of places. All right, let's do this Limbo. Got reset. We might not complete it though. Yeah. Wait, did we get anything new in the event? I said after using ordinary spell buffs, you will gain an additional point of passion. Yo. A buffer heavy Limbo? Oh god, this goes for plant. I don't have plant, bro. Alright, so I gotta use a different team. Okay, so what's second? Beast. Okay, so it's plant beast again. So I'm gonna use mineral. So I just probably just gonna use 30, like 7, bro.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. A bit crowded here.
Neo-science exorcism office. Action!
Do I use 6 though? I use 6. No, because I'll use Ulu on the other team. Yeah.
Who ate beans?
Wow.
Moment of
Could be
utterance.
found.
Run. Start running.
Benefit from reading.
Are you irrational members?
The moment of silence.
Isn't that
We walk in long nights.
Long ammunition and occasional indulgence.
Yeah. Having Black Dwarf 37 then 6 is like really tough for free to play. Because that line of characters is really solid
Wow.
for most people.
Run.
So that's why like you have to think of which one would you skip.
are you irrational members?
Like which character would you like would your account be able to do with without?
You won't be
And moment of
disappointed.
utterance.
These glowing,
I use Bluestacks.
we are the master and maven of the place.
Riz, what app you using for translating image? Bluestacks has a translator built in.
The balance needs to be restored.
All that free moxie he's giving himself right now in Limbo. Oh, look at that. Look at that counter. Look at that free counter. It's so crazy, isn't it? Look at that. Look at another attack. That's another free counter. Wow. It's wild.
It could be found.
Run. Start running.
Oh, invisible ball. Victory? Okay, but what does it mean?
Well, that one was beat. Auto. Is Babel as bad as Sheilah's Raider?
Now it's time for
The babble talk.
competition first.
It depends on who you ask. And I mean that like in every kind way.
Huh? Am I
It literally depends on who you ask. I seriously don't think Babble's that bad.
Ready?
Oh, hi.
But she's not perfect. Med Pocket crit. That's wild.
Sterilized.
She definitely ain't no like, you know, triple S tier character, but she's solid. That's why I reroll for A-Knight to give me multiple choices. Yes. A-Knight's such a like just solid character, but bro, people were hating on A-Knight, bro. People were hating on him so hard. But like in the content where I was doing, where I didn't have a flat disadvantage, like, you know, A-Knight would have been a solid choice.
Wear gloves.
Ready?
Oh, hi.
Seeing stars.
Huh? It's already over?
First one beat.
Playtime, boys and girls. Pause. Could be
Moment
found.
of utterance.
Yeah, I hope they release a spirit character in 1.6.
Learn from silence.
You know, maybe 1.7. But I want a spirit character. I think a spirit DPS will sell very well. I could see a spirit DPS because having another spirit character as a DPS, people will be like, yo, having these neutral characters are not bad. 1.4. 1.4.
Time to turn to a moment of silence.
These glowing lights. We are the master and maven of the place.
The scale of your soul has tilted. The balance needs to be restored.
After pulling 6, I'll wait for a single target spirit. Yeah.
Till the torch is lit.
Because then, like, bro, you're so solid. Just you'll have all the elements. Look at that.
Wow!
Easy. Yo, Sonic KDR, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Stay balanced.
It could be something in that. Are you a rational number? The funnies could be found. Welcome to the world of numbers.
Is rousing morale? A-Knight's ult stack with other damage increase buffs. Depends on what is it classified as?
I should excuse myself.
It's a 50% damage bonus, but it's not damage dealt, so I think it does. In the game, being a Flatus week is much worse than, like, say, HSR, right? No, you don't receive... Being a Flatus, you don't have less damage or anything like that by being weak in a Flatus, actually.
Let's kill time together.
No, you don't get afflicted by much. You don't... Like, they don't have, like any, like, not, like, E7 or whatever. Like, you crit more, or you hit, like, your debuffs better. Like, no, they don't have anything like that. At least I haven't seen it. I don't think, yeah. No, they don't have anything like that. What do you think about Twin Sleep? Is it worth to build as debuff control? When it comes to 3 stars, like, I can't speak on them too much. I mean, I use them, but oh wow, I was literally asking for a character who did this. I didn't even know Twin Sleep did it. And the fact that no one actually called out, yeah, because she turns over the duration of inflicted statuses. I don't think it's enough, but I want them to release a character who does this. I want a character who does what she does. But I think with her stats and stuff like that, she's not enough. Being a 3-star spirit helps, but being a 3-star isn't good enough. But she's a step in the right direction for what I would want.
Now a big shout out to the champion.
Alright, you got that stage beat. Yeah, exactly. It's good, but not good enough. It's not quite where I want it. But it is what it is going to step in the right direction of what I do want. Alright, what are we fighting here? These guys.
The moment of silence.
Check my calculation.
Benefit from reading.
Yeah.
Stay balanced.
I like it, though. I do like it.
It could be found. Are you a rational member? Or is a bubble?
Wow, look at that Genesis damage, taking him out.
The moment of utterance.
Long admonition, and a long admonition, and occasional indulgence. You won't be disappointed.
It's actually wild to have counter on Babel when she counters you and all that Genesis, bro. I'm really, like, Genesis damage is such an interesting, like, thing.
Is a bubble? The final
Time comes to
definition.
speak of truth.
Welcome to the world of numbers.
And they don't allow Genesis damage to be too broken,
Your soul has
like, with its scalings. Like, they're like, yeah, we gotta balance the game by having these people have damage that ignores stuff.
Check my calculation.
They do try to balance that. Well, best they can, because then 37 just, like,
excuse myself.
did so much damage right there. Oh, look at these guys. They look serious.
Anyone feeling cold?
Oh, hi.
That hurts, huh?
Oh, get out of here.
Let's go. Ready? The shower of sparks. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Come on, this is the one. Go. Cheer and witness my victory.
Hey, put up your dukes. Hey, bro, they getting straight bodied right now, though.
Ready? Anyone feeling cold?
I haven't even needed a healer yet.
Hi.
Very well.
Put him up. Put him up. So they kind of make me think of.
So much for warm-up.
Damage reduction does stack on shields. I guess, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I just thought about that. Not Soneto, Tenet. Yeah, Kenobi, I just thought about Tenet. When you said that, I was like, well, but Tenet does. So, and like sturdiness should. Yo, Eurasian Jane, thank you for the sub over on YouTube.
That hurts, huh? The wheel of flame. Fireworks.
Just it comes out in 3 days? No, I think it's like a little less than 2 weeks. Ezra comes out in 3 days. Yeah, Ezra's a character that comes out in 3 days. No, not 3 days, but like,
If only
Uh,
I was forgetful as
5 days. Ezra comes out in like 5 days. You know, funny enough, like, add more onto 6. 6 actually gives reality defense to, 6 can actually give reality defense to give her, like, a turn or so of, like, extra, of a bigger shield for a little bit. He gives, like, 15% reality, defense. It's not major, but, like, you know, it's just something to think about. Like, if anyone's, like, out here theory crafting, 6 does give, every now and then some reality defense on the buff. And then he also has Cure, so he can, like, passively, like, heal her without needing to heal her.
Wear gloves.
Ready?
Freaking dumbass.
Very well.
And then you can just, like, focus on, like, doing something else. With having her in 6, you would have, like, the shields, and you would have the passive healing. So you probably, like, where you wouldn't need a healer, necessarily. That's what I'm hoping the shielder characters come into, where you can use a character like 6 who does a passive cure to not need a healer, and then just uses, like, his debuffs, and then now, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, now you don't need that healer. If they give us, like, crazy shielders, that could be a possible team you can do. For sure. Bro, Spadadia doing this damage, bro, is wild. Oh, I didn't put her on the right stage. Why didn't anybody tell me? I'm just over here doing this stage like all nonchalant, bro.
Playtime, boys and girls. Pause.
What I like more about 6 is that you choose who to give incantation empowerment to. Yeah, that's kind of huge. Kind of huge. You can give it to you could give it to a healer if you wanted to provide more healing. You can give it to a DPS to get free, like, you know, free upgrades. Like, it's huge, bro.
Long ammunition and occasional indulgence.
At least I think so.
Pause. Down. Run. Start running.
Wait, Babel, Sonetto, and 6?
You will pay for this. You walk down.
These glowing lights. We are the master and maven of the place.
In terms of having a super beefy lineup, it's possible. But yeah, there's round limit. But if you're just trying to see like how beefy you could get as a challenge, yeah. How does the crit number look like? It has a little fart explosion next to the number. So if you see 37 do see these little farts, that's the crit damage.
Stay balanced.
Oh, you're just wanting to do a counter damage team? Well, the new Psy Cube they put in 1.4 ups the counter damage of Babel. So, you know, there's that. But they need to add more Psy Cubes that up like HP and reality defense and stuff like that. Or increase the value of shields or help out like some they need more Psy Cubes to help out with like tankier units. Sure.
Moment of utterance.
6 has a lot of incantations right here.
Time comes to speak of truth. The scale
Wow, we have 6 debuffs on this enemy right now.
the balance needs to be restored.
Yeah, weapon problem?
我捉你，唔係你捉我啊！
Yeah. Maybe you're critting and not noticing it? Yeah. Most likely.
Get out of here!
Yo, look at that med pocket crit. Ah, this one might be a problem. Because of these guys. Might get bodied.
Ready? That hurts, huh? Fireworks!
I wonder, is Burn gonna proc their thing? No. She's just gonna one-shot one of them? Well, okay. Well, goodbye to that one, I think. Or do you refresh?
My patience!
We'll see what she does here.
Stare up, wear gloves. Go! Go! Go!
Oh, look at that med pocket crit. Thinking to use Jessica, Bjorn Bloom, Neckar, Juvis in the raid. Swapping out Juvis for 6. You don't have Sotheby, Saint? No, we'll wait on that.
Get out of here!
No, you're not gonna paint right now, okay? I have to watch you paint. Paint. Crit pocket going crit, bro.
Get out of here!
Yeah, Sotheby maximizes Jessica's damage a lot better.
Ready? Go!
Oh, Triboli. Yeah, I'm sorry, I did. Triboli, yeah, Sotheby maximizes the consistency of Jessica's damage a lot more.
So much for warm-up.
But I feel you're if you're trying to maximize damage, then I see what you're saying.
Go! Go! Go!
Black Dwarf is just a better Centurion. Wait. Wait, Black Dwarf is better Centurion. No, wait. No. You're talking about Spadadilla? Saying? I'm confused. You're saying Spadadilla is a better Centurion?
If only I could be as forgetful as them.
I can't even compare Centurion. Like, it's hard to compare Centurion to Spadadilla. No, Black Dwarf is mineral. But it's really hard to compare Spadadilla to Centurion because like Spadadilla literally came out with like a cracked kit, and there's like to compare the two is like so unfair because like new characters are having like insane kits and like literally Spadadilla gives herself like just so much crit rate and a free card, bro. Like a free card based off the level you use of your buff. Come on. So if I am able to get a level 3 buff, I get a level 3 attack card next turn? Come on, bro. That's wild. Yeah, it's a really cool mechanic. I don't know if we're gonna beat this because I'm not really taking it serious. I remember struggling on it before. I might have to manual this one. I've been... So is it better to use Poison Team as 4th member Druvis or Necro? If you have the damage, you can do Necro for sure. Like, right, you're using Jessica, Sotheby, Becure, and Bloom. You can use Necro and get that damage dealt buff off, right? But if you want a little bit more sustain and then just focus Sotheby on the debuffing instead of really like worrying about the heals per turn, and you can do Druvis because remember they'll just have the plant heal. You probably don't need like you'll have that. But then like that's where like I want them to do a poison support, like other than like Conjura. Because Druvis can help you not have like a healer in certain situations. Yeah.
Welcome to the world of numbers.
The scale of your soul has tilted.
I'm not gonna do the damage.
Needs to be restored.
Ooh, he crit there.
These glowing lights. We are the master and maven of the place.
How good would a support with Cure be? Well, I mean, I think Cure is good because it's like just really decent passive heal. You know?
The moment of silence. Until the torch is lit.
Start running.
Are you a rational number?
Oh my god, she just got crit and hit with the Afflatus bonus. Ugh, it's rough, girl.
Until the torch is lit. Learn from silence.
Are you a rational number?
Shit, is he at hell? Huh? Yeah, he just took her out. Dang it, I put Anna and Lee, like, for fun in here.
Time for Queens to speak of truth.
Copy that.
The scale of your soul has tilted. The balance needs to be restored.
Bro, if I knew I wish I knew. I don't even know I don't even know what the character does in the next 4 days. I know his name, but nah, they don't release information that early. I wish I knew what the next character did in 1.6. I really do. Alright, so our follow-up attack Let's get it. We're gonna have to redo this one again because there was like definitely a better way I could have done it. Actually, guys, we're gonna bring out a, I guess you could say, a crowd favorite here. No, we're not. I lied.
No wingman is needed.
Are you seeking my service?
Who may be?
Pause. Down.
Fine.
Yeah, let's go.
Don't blink.
You will pay for this.
It could be found. Oh, there's a bubble.
Yes. Right. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Pause. Down.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts? Don't blink.
You will pay for
Ooh, they hit me too hard.
You won't be disappointed.
She's not really leveled. I should just probably bring a healer or a single target character.
Swallow my exhaust.
And divide.
Oh my god, bro. Alright, let's bring a little bit more power. Does she still have a place in CM meta? She's still used heavily a lot. Like for different people. Right? Yeah, Jessica, Drew. I don't have any of these top 5 characters. And literally under that, they're doing this team. Yeah, see? But it's like literally Tooth Fairy, Lilia, 37. $1.4.
Me? Is everyone else dead?
Yeah, it's 1.4.
Sterilize. Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
It could be found.
Alright, there we go. No play disadvantage
Don't
anymore.
blink.
Time to check my calculation.
Wear gloves.
There we go.
There's a bubble.
Freaking dumbass.
Give us a sturdiness buff, please.
Haven't you eaten? Sterilize. Whatever. Сколько побед? Oh, hi. Swallow my exhaust.
Okay.
Can you make me some sourdough a little bit?
Yeah.
Wear gloves.
Oh, peanut butter. Whose birthday?
Get out of here.
Reyes tomorrow.
I'm losing my patience.
How much I can pay today?
But Daddy said no.
Haven't you eaten?
Ah, that's my tooth fairies. Good right here, but I have to wait till Ezra to level up my tooth fairy.
I'm ready. Sterilize. Wear gloves.
I just don't have. You only have a single target character to see, bro. I thought they were gonna change it because this boss here was annoying for me, man.
Losing my patience.
I don't have plant yet. Jesus, we're just getting crit.
Sterilize.
There's a note. It could be found.
Freaking dumbass.
Intersect and divide. Time
We're
for
doing no
action.
damage. Okay.
Haven't you eaten?
Maybe I switch it up.
Are you seeking my service? My duty lies with you.
Wear gloves.
Nice tactic.
The moment of silence. Until the torch is lit.
Anyone feeling cold?
Sterilize.
Nice tactic.
Debuff. Alright, 12k. It's an ouch.
The moment of utterance.
That's right. Come on, this is the one punch.
Benefit from reading.
Alright, debuff.
Like the lighthouse.
Buff.
Cheer and witness my victory.
The moment of silence. The moment of
Wear
utterance. Until the torch is lit. Benefit from reading.
I'm losing my patience.
Ugh.
Come on.
Sterilize.
The moment of silence. Time for tongues to speak of truth.
Oh, hi.
We walk in long nights. The scale of your soul has tilted. The balance needs to be restored.
Ooh, they didn't do anything. Oh, there we go.
Wear gloves.
Time to go all out. Time to go all out.
Yeah, a little fart cloud
I'm losing my patience.
on the right side. Yep.
Seeing stars.
Oh, come on. We were right there, bro. Oh, we're dead. Oh, no, we aren't. Surprising.
Sterilize.
Nice tactic. Time to go all out.
I'm losing my
Alright, let's see if we can knock this little guy to half health.
We walk in wrong lights.
16k is not as high as I thought. Alright, Terrell, you have a good one, bro.
I'm ready. Wear gloves.
Nice practice.
Go! 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 Humpy! Freaking dumbass!
Seeing stars.
There we go, got the half health.
Sterilize.
That's right.
Ha!
That hurts, huh?
Damn.
Time for ears to listen.
Wear gloves.
Time for tongues to speak of truth. Learn from silence.
Get out of here!
The scale of your soul has tilted. The balance needs to be restored.
Okay. Almost half. Goodbye, Med.
Why haven't those warm-ups walked away?
The moment of silence.
Nice practice. Come on, this is the one pen.
From reading.
Let the light out. Cheer and witness my victory.
Yeah, but if you already have a Centurion leveled up and everything like that, like, I wouldn't, if you don't have the funds and stuff like that, since there's so many good characters coming out, like, with, like, 1.3, 1.4, and then we, not exactly sure what Ezra does, it's really hard to justify getting Spadadia if you already really, like, if you already have really crazy characters.
Time for ears.
She's a great character, but it's just hard to justify it for everybody.
We walk in wrong lights.
Anyone feeling cold?
I'm not going to get the turnaround, but I'm also was not prepared for this battle. Look at all these cards we got.
Time for tongues to speak of truth. Time for tongues to speak of truth.
Time to go all out.
Here's good, Darius Brown.
The scale of your soul has tilted. The balance needs to be restored.
Come on, time to go all out.
Unforgettable
Cheer and witness my victory.
Ooh, 35k. 35k, you say?
Huh? It's already over?
Ooh, I hope this stage is not difficult. No freaking way, bro. Come on, man.
Hold your horses. I'm coming.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. A bit crowded here.
Yes. Bradley does have more ramp up time, so like in a way, some people would still like Centurion over her because of that ramp up. Ramp up can be annoying depending on the stage that you're in as well. No, not right now. I will do it in a little bit. Okay. I have to fight. This is literally the same Limbo I just did, guys. This is the exact same Limbo. I'm not sure if I want to do that. We'll see. Your account is, I still have PTSD, bro. From that one.
Welcome to the world of numbers.
See, Centurion wouldn't be too bad here since she does AoE damage. Did she not do the follow-up attack? Have I not ulted with her? I haven't ulted with her. That's what it is. I was like what just happened here? I hope we can get a heal. 1.4.
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
Okay. I see. I might actually have to put Black Dwarf in here. If I'm gonna be taking ult damage from Shemaine and this thing, that's way too much damage.
Wow. Pause.
Let's get her taunt going. Right? Please stop hitting my girl. No, it's not a no gotcha account, but he just went all in.
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
There we go. Oh my god, the damage taken is way too much. All the damage taken is way too much.
I thought it was an academic.
It could be tougher than that.
I'm not done.
Intersect and divide.
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this
Oh,
alone.
this ult, bro. Come on, man. Just stop. Yeah, this is Limbo. Oh my gosh, bro. Ugh. I'm gonna have to redo it. I'm gonna have to redo it. And get my Spaladia back in here.
Competition first, burning second.
I thought it was an academic debate.
Ready?
Your ending is fate. It's happening.
Yeah. I do need a second Spaladia. And I like not put my summons into her portraits and just use her as a second character. Can I do that?
As expected.
Wow!
Yo, Zhong Rex Lapis. Zhongli Rex Lapis. What's good, bro?
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
Yeah, I don't think this is gonna happen without Spath.
Ready?
Your ending is fate.
Ablaze!
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
What are your manners?
Bro, do so much damage.
Who ate beans?
As expected.
Isn't that?
It's happening.
It did 787 damage.
Time to check my
Oh, come on, bro. Look at that.
troublesome.
Look at how hard that just hit.
A perfect argument. Intersect and divide.
Hold on to that.
Yo, what's good? I gotta work on my characters. Alright, so we got work to do. We got work to do. I need to level up a plant character. So, for the first round,
The flames of injustice are yet to burn at the stake on rainy days.
so we're gonna work on N Lee and Bacure and Bloom for plant. I do have Satsuki at 4. P4 as well. But I have P5 Bacure and Bloom, so this is what we're working on. And then yeah. Unfortunately, they use the same mats as Ezra, so Cure and carry? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Cure and carry, and then use luxurious leisure. It's gonna have to do that. Level the character up. But I have to do everything after Ezra. Ezra's in like less than 5 days. So I'd rather just, maximize Ezra, be able to, get all of that stuff taken care of. And then, even though Ezra doesn't have an play disadvantage literally in the Limbo, only Spathia. But obviously the second stage I crush with Spath.
Maybe.
Right? So
Maybe we can bring Fire Dance back to the games. It is a bit dangerous, but
oh yeah, we'll have to see. If I had balance, please, I could possibly like try to do something with 6. But I want to wait to see. Again, I'm waiting to see what I can do with Ezra. I want to see like if there's a possible one I could get with Ezra. So like I'm really like on the like just waiting game, Ezra, and like I just need to see more of the kit. That's all I'm literally waiting for. I have his bound in duty I want to level up too. It's just so weird. Waiting so hard. But I'm gonna call it. It's been 6 hours actually. It just hit. So I'm gonna call it today. We didn't get to complete Limbo, but it's the same copy of Limbo that we did last week. So I'd rather try to do these harder stages, see what we can do with Ezra next week. We'll level up Ezra. I should have enough to get the character to I3. I have the gold mats. I have all of these mats I need. I just need to have the this right here. So, but I've been trying to farm the event and get everything. So yeah, we're still waiting on, and then we'll get the second half of the event as well when Ezra drops. But yeah.